Good evening, everybody. My name is Vincent Salemi. I'm the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I call to order the Pinole City Council meeting, regular meeting of December 21st, 2021. It's 5 p.m. Can you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of the United States military troop? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please, can I have the roll call? I'm sorry, item number 2, land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people, who are the traditional custodian of this land. We pay our respect to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their land. We are proud to continue the tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Mayor Salemi.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Present.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
Assistant City Attorney Mogg.
Here.
Assistant City Manager De La Rosa.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Friday, December 17th at 12 p.m. with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting today. Does the council have any conflicts that you wish to report on agenda items this evening?
Yes, I do have one, Madam City Clerk, on item on the closed session, item C. I do have a conflict of interest on the negotiation for real estate negotiators related to property located on 612 Tenant Avenue due to the proximity of my location, or my residence.
Thank you. I've noted that for the record. Are there any additional conflicts to report? Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. So we can close item 3. Then I will move on to item 4, which is convened to a closed session. We will have 3 items tonight. Item A, conference with labor negotiators. Item B, item A is related to IAFF. Item B will be a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Item C will be a conference with real property negotiators related to the property located on 612 Tenant Avenue. This being said, do we have any public comments on the closed session item, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, there is one virtual hand raised. Cordell Hindler.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. So, lady, council members, staff, my name is Cordell Handler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, I'm interested to hear what IAF has to offer to the council, and I'll just say my comments for the head of the agenda. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, there are no more public comments.
No
Mayor,
more Go
Mayor,
ahead, please.
this is the Assistant City Manager. We do have two individuals who would like to speak to the council before closed session related to item 4C. Those are Ebony Smith and Steph.
Thank you, Mr. De La Rosa. Please go ahead.
Do we just speak now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll start. This is Stephanie Christmas. Hello, Mayor Salimi and City Council members. Thank you for your time. I am here to request a 7-month extension of the purchase contract between the City of Pinole and Ebony Smith for the property known as 612 Tennant Avenue. The contract was ratified June 20th, 2021, and at that time, the regulatory amendment regarding the affordability requirement was still in negotiations. This was resolved in October 28th. Subsequent to that time, Ms. Smith has been in the process of doing her due diligence, and to date, she has obtained estimates to renovate the property, the single-family property, into a 4-unit property with 1 affordable unit. She has currently met with the HUD consultant who will manage the project and loan process. She has consulted with an architect and contractor, both of whom informed her that the price of the property and the cost to renovate exceeded her loan amount. Ms. Smith then had to go back to the lender and request an increase in the approved amount, which she has obtained. We had to go back in and do comparables and was able to get an increase in her loan amount. She's currently awaiting the architect's feasibility study, which will take, according to the architect, approximately 4 months, and the permit process, which will take 3 months, according to the City of Pinole staff. Overall, she will need approximately 7 months to complete the process required required in the purchase agreement to close escrow, and so we are requesting an extension and appreciate your time and consideration. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Ebony Smith, and I'm currently in contract on 612 Tennant Avenue. I'm requesting a 7-month extension to close in order to accommodate the preparation of architectural plans and approval of a building permit to renovate the property. The property is to be restored and renovated into a 4-unit apartment building. One of the units would be an affordable rent-restricted unit. To date, the property has been reviewed by a home inspector, architect, contractor, and HUD consultant that have been hired for the project. Preliminary floor plans have been prepared, and after receiving estimates from the architect and the contractor, I went back to my lender and obtained a new loan to cover the cost. Consequently, I'm requesting a 7-month extension to close. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Do you have any other comments, please? No more comments, so it's 5:09, and I will invite everybody to go to closed session, and we will reconvene back at 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. This is the Pinole City Council of December 21st, 2021. We are coming back from a closed session meeting, and now we are moving into item number 5. We convene in open session to announce the results of the closed session. So for item A and B, nothing to report, and for item C, I will turn back to Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please.
Yes, Mayor. For item 4C, the council provided staff direction, and there's no further reportable action.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. This closes item number 5. Then we will move on into item number 6, which is citizen to be heard. Citizen may speak under any item not listed on the agenda. The time limit is 3 minutes and is subject to modification by the mayor. Individuals may not share or offer time to another speaker. Pursuant to provisions of the Brown Act, no action may be taken on a matter unless it is listed on the agenda, or unless certain emergency or special circumstances exist. The City Council may direct staff to investigate and or schedule certain matters for consideration at the future council meeting. Please see the cover sheet on the agenda for instruction on how to submit public comments. This, I will turn it back to Madam City Clerk, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a couple of public comments. We'll start with Rafael Menace.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Raphael. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. I'd like to start by wishing everybody a happy holidays, regardless of which particular holidays you may be celebrating. And I'd also like to celebrate that as of today on the vaccine dashboard, over 90% of the people over 5 in Pinole have gotten at least the first dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. And I believe it's 84.6% have gotten both doses. I'd also note that Governor Newsom just tweeted that there's going to be a requirement for healthcare workers to get a booster. In addition to that, there'll be a formal announcement on that tomorrow. There's no more information than that available at the moment, unfortunately. Right now, our COVID case rate in Pinole is about the same as it was at our last council meeting, 22 instead of 24. So not getting worse, but with Omicron becoming the dominant variant throughout the United States, it's likely that we'll see increased rates of spread even with relatively high levels of vaccination. If you want to get tested, you can get information at coronavirus.cchealth.org/get-tested. or by calling 833-829-2626 to schedule an appointment at a county or state testing site. Finally, I have a few other topics I'd like to discuss with regards to requesting the city adopt certain changes to the municipal code, but I believe the mayor would prefer if I brought those items up at the later point of the agenda, the considering new policies and procedures portion. So I'll delay my comments on that until there. Thank you.
Debbie.
Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to acknowledge and say thank you to the Garden Club for remaining active during COVID. I've enjoyed seeing all of their contributions in beautifying the city, but especially now at the corner of I-80 eastbound and Pinole Valley Road. It makes the Christmas season just a little bit merrier. I'd also like to wish all of the council Merry Christmas, and if you don't celebrate Christmas, happy and safe holidays. And just to show I'm not the Grinch, tonight I won't mention you know what about you know who. So once again, Merry Christmas to everyone. Thank you.
There were public comments.
Thank you. No more public comments. I will wait a few more seconds just to make sure. Thank you. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda. Item number 7, which is recognition, presentation, and community events. We don't have anything on the agenda. Let's close this item. Let's move on to item number 8, which is the consent calendar. Tonight we have item A all the way to item L. And the first thing I would like to ask the city clerk, please, do we have any public comments on those items?
Yes, Mayor Rafael Menace.
I just have a brief comment on item 8L. In this instance, would accepting the settlement funds require the city to incur additional costs in order to apply those funds in the way that the settlement requires? That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I can answer that question if you'd like.
Please go ahead.
It would not require the city to incur any additional costs besides, maybe a little bit of staff time, but no significant costs for the reporting requirements or related activities.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments, please?
Mayor, I do not see any more comments. I'm just going to give it a few seconds. There are no more public comments.
Thank you very much. Let's move on any council member wishes to pull up any item on the agenda. If you don't, please make a motion. I see 2 hands raised here. Councilmember Tave, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to briefly get G, J, and K pulled.
G, J, and K?
That's correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item H, please. H.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other council member here? I don't see any other council member. So I will go with Councilmember Tave, please. You have 3 items. I would like to ask you questions, please. Which one would you like to start with?
Yeah, I'd like to just have Misha give we have a rate increase on here for January 1st. I'd like Misha to just give the public a brief synopsis of G. I know that it's in the report, but when we see a rate change or a rate hike, I think the public should hear exactly what that means and the why.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. So we have a update to council on the garbage collection rates. Our garbage service is provided by Republic Services. We have a franchise agreement with them. And there's 4 components to the fee that's paid by residential customers. There's the collection fee, a post-collection fee, an AB 939 fee, and a solid waste project fee. So those 4 together comprise the fee schedule that's in the staff report. And the collection fee is set by the franchise agreement. It is increased by CPI annually, and the post-collection fee is managed by Recycle More, and that fee goes through a rate study process each year. The AB 939 fee, it does not change over time. It's also established in the franchise agreement. Our solid waste project fee is also in the collection agreement and increases by the CPI annually. And then similarly, there are commercial service rates, which are also increasing this year. So there's 2 rate components.
So have we had the 1383 conversation, or is this calculated in there as an anticipated growth?
No, there are no impacts that were in the rates at least, the rates don't reflect any specific 1383 charges at the moment.
I would ask any other question on item G from any other council member here. None? So please go ahead, Councilmember Tave.
Thank you. So Jay, the bucket truck, I was just wondering if the city manager could speak a little bit about the numbers that were presented to us at the previous meeting. And then there was an adjustment made as far as cost goes. And was there any discussion with the opportunity to potentially get a MOU to share equipment with other cities?
Sure. I'll speak in general terms about the request for appropriation of additional funds for the purchase of these two pieces of equipment and also the agreement issue. And then I'll invite our Public Works Maintenance Manager, Joe Bingaman, to fill in any details that I don't get. So the City Council recently approved a budget appropriation for the purchase of two pieces of equipment for our Public Works Department, a backhoe and a bucket truck. We had estimated the costs of those two pieces of equipment, and that was the basis for the request for the budget appropriation. When Council approved the budget for those two pieces of equipment, we went back to the suppliers, and it turns out that the costs of those two pieces of equipment had increased. In one case, marginally by about 3% from our earlier quote and estimate. And in the other case, for the bucket truck, by about 15%. These are really critical pieces of equipment that that does city hamper city operations for us to go without. So we still think that the costs are reasonable. We just need council to approve a budget amendment to make up that difference to cover the increased costs. City staff and I are talking about the possibility of establishing a formal agreement when we request support from other jurisdictions in the form of equipment or perhaps labor and equipment to help us with our maintenance needs. That's done on an informal basis right now, and there might be it might help us manage the city's risk if we had a more formal agreement for how we exchange those services or equipment. And so we have not reached out to considered a form of agreement or reached out to any of the jurisdictions that we sometimes, have a reciprocal arrangement with, but that's something that we'll be exploring. If you'd like more, I think that's.
No, I just wanted to make sure that people understood that there was going to be a cost change there. Considering last time we had two on the budget, we took one off, but there's going to be a difference in cost there.
Yes.
That was all I had for that one. I just wanted to make sure we put that out that equipment was being purchased. And when we talked about the lights in downtown and going up, obviously if we don't have a bucket truck, it's going to be difficult to put those lights up the tree. So there were some questions about that. The last one I had was.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Taylor, I just want to ask, make sure that nobody else has a question on that item.
Yeah.
I see none. Okay. Thank you. Let's close that item and move on to the next one.
Okay. So last one was Kay. Looking at the legal description for the property that we're discussing with, I believe it's the Pinole Shores 2. Something that caught my eye was that there is the legal description says 5 through 8 inclusive of parcels B and D. Map of subdivision 8758 for commercial condominium purposes. And I'm just wondering that's a 2007 discussion that we had, but we've, fast forward to date, we're looking at industrial because of the environmental concerns that were on there. But I noticed that we're going through a CEQA analysis. And if that's the case, if those findings come back with mitigated environmental conditions, is the condominiums what was originally put forth? And I didn't get a chance to see the development agreement other than the graphics that were in the presentation. Was there one provided?
So I'll answer.
I know there's a lot, but
No, actually, so I'll let the assistant city manager provide more detail in a second, but just a point of clarification. When we use the term condominium in relation to this development project and also in relation to Pinole Shores 1, that simply means that it's a shared ownership with different owners having specified spaces, like a residential condominium, but it's a commercial condominium. So it's a commercial function and purpose, but it's a shared ownership where different owners own specific portions of the development, the same way that you do in a residential condominium. So it's the development proposal was for commercial. The form of ownership is a condominium form of ownership, so it was for commercial.
I see.
And Mr. De La Rosa, if you would, my recollection is that the remediation that was done to this site is to a standard that allows it to be used for certain uses, including commercial. It's not up to the standard that would allow it to be used for residential. Is there the possibility that the site could be further remediated such that it would be appropriate to use for a residential project?
Yeah, so, excuse me. So to address that issue, one of the things that we could do is obviously consider it a brownstone and remediate all issues related to the site. That would be costly. In order to do that, that would require us to take out probably a large depth of soil in order to make it eligible for residential. The other thing that we could possibly do is add more soil to the top of it, elevating the site, with the understanding that that may address the issue. It may not address the issue. We may still go back to the board, state water board, or the agency, and they may say that that's not sufficient. We may have to put a membrane in order to address some of the issue. So there's a variety of things that we could possibly do. We have not obtained that proposal or looked at that. I will say that the site is zoned light industrial, and light industrial is what's proposed on
Did I freeze?
I believe the assistant city manager froze, but I can finish what he was saying, that the zoning for this property is light industrial, which is what the proposal is. So even if there was not a issue of remediation, there would also need to be a zoning change before any other uses could be proposed. And Councilmember, you mentioned that there's a CEQA process that's referenced for environmental review. That would just be looking at the environmental impacts of the proposed project, the proposed application that's been submitted. It wouldn't look at that, won't be studying what level of remediation would be necessary, to make it safe for residential or anything like that. It will just be looking at the environmental impacts of the proposed project.
Okay.
If I may chime in also, thank you for taking over. I didn't realize that I froze. When phase 1 was done, they actually did the environmental for phase 1 and phase 2. So with regards to phase 2, since the scope and the intent is not changing, it may just be a mitigated neck deck as opposed to a full-on CEQA.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, those were my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Tev. Do you have any other questions related to item K here? Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, you have your hand raised for item K.
Just a quick question regarding some of the follow-ups. I know this predates me, or the selling of this property does. I was just wondering if it were possible to, well, actually, my first question is, are there any other plans for the developer to come back to talk about their plans to us for this property?
The developer is actually on, so if you'd like, the developers could chime in on their project.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
If I think it might be first appropriate to get Alex's perspective, city attorney's perspective regarding where we're at in the entitlement process.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. I was just going to add, at this point, this is what's before the council is an amendment to the ENA to extend that period for negotiation. The project will come before, I don't know all the entitlements off the top of my head, but either to the planning commission and then to the city council to approve ultimately the sale of the property, and the entitlements. So we can certainly hear from the developer on their general plan tonight. I would just note that that application isn't before you, the development application itself isn't before you, so refrain from making any, definitive statements about your opinions on the project at this point in time.
So City Clerk or Deputy City Clerk, could we let either Hector Vinos or John Deemer in?
Sure, I'll let, do you want one or both?
Either one. Probably Hector Vinos, he's the owner.
Okay.
Hello, Hector, are you there?
I think, Mr. De La Rosa, you can also provide a basic description of what the project plan is.
Okay, I think I'm on now.
Okay.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, my name's Hector Vinas. I am with General Realty, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of the council. Just a quick brief description of the project. We've been working on it for over a couple of years. We've been working to resolve the access issues and also doing our due diligence for the entitlements. And to address the project, it's going to be light industrial e-commerce kind of buildings. There'll be 2 buildings on the site, the way we have it proposed now. We actually made our submission for entitlement approval on December 8th. So we'll be going through staff and responding to their comments. And I think we've done a nice job with the design, and we look forward to working with the city to develop a nice project.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just wanted to make sure too, I know that we've talked a lot about housing access in this town and just where we're going to focus on building more housing. Is this something of interest to, I guess, this project at all, considering big housing need?
Yeah, so I think in this project, just being familiar with the type of contamination that's on this site, we just finished a site in Richmond that had a very similar type of contamination and worked for, it wasn't at the point that this one was, we worked with the water board for a while on that site. It took us about 4 years to get everything done. They are, it's a tough agency. And I think based on the environmental reports that I've seen, I think it'd be very difficult for them to approve it for residential. However, if we would love to do some residential in the city, and we have done it in different parts of the country, and I think there's some opportunity certainly for some kind of workforce housing. It would be great. And would love to work with the city if there's some sites available for that.
Great, thank you for being here. So that's all my questions.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Vinas. Welcome to the city. Any other questions related to item K? I see none. If I don't see none, I may close that item, and I will turn back to Councilmember Nomar Martinez-Ruben for item H. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So here's a request to staff related to the agreement between the Farmers Market Association and Pinole. There is mention in language in the agreement about having the location where the farmers market occurs litter free at the end of each market. I'd like to have something inserted additional to what's there. There's mention of access to a dumpster. However, when I'm there at the site, and I've been there over time throughout the years, there isn't a smaller. The two closest trash bins aren't always used, and or because the event occurs during the weekend, they're filled to capacity. And yet trash and litter accumulates because of the traffic that ends up at the farmers market. So I'd like language inserted in the agreement that speaks to either having the consultant / vendor bring a portable trash bin accessible on site to market goers, and or that each vendor that participates in the market be encouraged to provide their own office size bin, because litter accumulates, and minimally the plastic bags that are used for the produce end up flying around. And unless it's convenient, unfortunately, in my opinion, unless it's convenient for people to find a bin readily accessible, they don't even pick up or walk the short distance to the city trash bins. So can we add language about that? That either the / consultant, I think is the language that's inserted in the agreement, or vendor, the main party to the agreement, provide an on-site litter container and encourage participating vendors to bring their own as well.
Sure, we could definitely do that.
Oh, she froze again.
I'll take the initiative to say yes. We'll work with the vendor to insert that language. I think they'll be amenable to that.
Thank you. In addition to that request, I just want to comment on our city having this farmers market there provides much more than what's has been described in the agreement. It is a community meeting space. It's one of the few community meeting spaces that is quite active and brings people from Pinole as well as from outside of Pinole to our city to take advantage of the fresh produce that is there, the entertainment, and some of the activities that are cultural and literacy related, the participation of the Pinole Historical Society, the participation of the library, for example, and then also that it is ongoing support to farmers, and that is tremendously important when we're talking about sustainability of the environment and access to fresh and healthy food. And the availability of the space to introduce new businesses as well. They have been there over the years, not only from Pinole, but as well from outside. And of course, that increases the opportunity for people to be introduced to new products. And importantly, not only now in COVID times, but pre-COVID and ongoing, is to have that site as a place that is accessible to people who, based on need, are eligible to receive CalFresh vouchers to increase their purchasing power to buy healthy produce, healthy foods. So thank you for putting that agreement together, and I'm looking forward to continued participation and availability of our farmers market, whether it be there or in the near future elsewhere, that we may continue to assist to have a farmers market in town.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Ruben, and I will turn to Councilmember Tave on the same item H.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, pardon me. Thank you. I did have a note and I forgot to ask this. There is mention again in the agreement about the $1,000 annual grant, I believe that the farmers market provides to some local nonprofit. And I recall that the city had difficulty in finding recipient, a prospective recipient. And I think we got through that, but I'm wondering if there are still conditions about who that grant ought to go to, if it's still tied to a youth service providing organization.
Yes, so it is tied to a youth organization. However, unlike the prior agreement where we would go out, it now gives the discretion to the city to issue the $1,000 to a youth organization. And I will say that in prior years, we had accumulated a total of about $5,000, and that grant was given to 13.
Thank you for the update and for the work getting to that point. Thanks. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. I will turn to Councilmember Tave, please.
Yeah, I just want to totally agree with the litter portion of that comment. Ever since we've introduced food, it seems to be a constant uptick of trash on the site. So I totally agree that I think we should put something in there, some type of language. One thing I wanted to ask was, is it possible, or is it something that can be into a future discussion with as far as expansion? We have that corner lot that seems, right now we have our Christmas tree, and the other Christmas trees there for the holidays. What I'm wondering is are there opportunities to help expand this effort? I mean, anything that we can do to make fresh, locally grown food available to our community, I think is something that we have to strive for. And I'm just wondering if at all, is it something that we can temporarily do? We mentioned food trucks at some point to try to enhance the event or enhance the farmers market experience. Sorry.
We can definitely do something. I will say that in speaking to the Farmers Market Association, they mentioned that they would like to look for a larger area to incorporate more vendors. However, a few suggestions that we threw out were Fernandez Park. They are looking for something that is visible via traffic driving by. So while Fernandez Park would be an ideal site, they are looking for something elsewhere, something larger. And as part of that, we could definitely incorporate other vendors such as food trucks as an expansion of that once we do find a location that's suitable for the expansion.
Is there a reason why the corner lot is not in that? It just seems to me like that might make the most sense.
We could utilize a corner spot. I would have to go back to the organizers and ask them. But since that area is not being used, they can expand to that area.
Okay.
I'll look into that.
Yeah, so I think the city staff is sharing internally some ideas for some potential modifications to the corner lot to make it a useful space in the short run while the city goes through a process of trying to sell it or make some other use of it. I think one of the current challenges is that the current surface treatment, the material, lava rock or whatever you want to call it, really isn't conducive to foot traffic right now. So that's not, I don't think we would have that as a normal ground surface for pedestrian traffic. We have some walking paths there, but it's, I don't think it's a level and stable surface. So I think we can talk with the farmers market about potentially expanding into that area. But I don't know that we would, I think we need to talk more about that. It seems like, is there a question about that surface and its amenability to being, for regular use? Or imagine putting up, I'm not sure, putting up tables and the like there.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Did that answer your question, Councilmember Tave?
Yeah. I mean, I would imagine there's some work and investigations gotta happen there. I mean, you bring up a good point. The lava rock's probably not the best surface to be walking on, or thinking ADA access as well. There's that there too, but we have pathways, so we did do something, and maybe expanding those pathways. I mean, I would look for staff to come up with some type of solution there, but I think it's an opportunity for us to grow a very, very popular event, or activity.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yeah, I would just ditto the comment about accessibility with the surface on the corner lot. But I wanted to share with folks that I have had a member of the public mention to me that perhaps Kaiser parking lot for a weekend farmers market might be something to be considered. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Any other comments? I don't see anything else. So I would like to have two motions. One to have approved all the items with the exception of item H. Councilmember Murphy, I see your hand raised. You had the question?
I think you were making the motion. I was going to make a motion to
No, I'm not making. I'm sorry. I would like somebody to make a motion to have all those items approved with the exception of H, please. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I'm happy to move items A through L with the exception of H. Oh, I'm sorry, including H. Why would I? Yeah, including.
Now, that's all the item 8 to L with the exception of H.
This is City Clerk Diogo. I'm just looking for a little clarification. So we took comments on H. It sounds like we took an amendment of language. So if the motion includes the amendment of language that was made for item H, I think we can cover it in one motion, if whichever council member would like to make that motion. Thank you.
Okay, so just for clarification, the amendment of the language added by Councilmember Martinez-Rubin related to the portable trash bin can has been added to item H. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, thank you.
And just for clarification, can you tell me what that language includes?
So Mayor Salimi, what I've clarified is that if the council member wants to include in their motion to approve the consent calendar with the amended language as noted, they can go ahead and make that motion and approve all together.
Okay, so Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, I will ask Councilmember Martinez-Rubin to make that motion since he's the one who modified item H, if you don't mind.
That's fine with me.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Councilmember Norma Martinez, can you please make a motion?
Thank you. I move that we approve all items on the consent calendar, and with regard to item H, to add the language about litter bins to the agreement.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Thoms?
Yes, and I want to just note for the record that even though I was not at the meeting November 16th, I did review the video. So I have a yes vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Salimi?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now close item 8. We'll move on to item number 9, which is public hearing. We don't have any public hearings tonight. I will close item number 9 and move on to item number 10, old business. We don't have any old business. I will close item number 10. Item number 11, new business. Item 11A, review city council procedures. Can I please have the appropriate staff member making the presentation? Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council, staff, and members of the public. This item is to review the city council meeting procedures, and I have a very brief report before I'll pass it back to the council to have your discussion. So I'll start with the recommendation, which is to It's recommended that the City Council review the City Council meeting procedures, discuss proposed revisions, and provide direction to staff. The Pinole City Council has established by resolution procedures for creating and posting City Council meeting agendas, the agenda format, and procedures for conducting City Council meetings. City Council has a tradition of reviewing the meeting procedures each year in December and considering revisions. The City Council first reviews the resolution containing the current procedures, and if it would like any revisions, direct staff to update the resolution. And then at the subsequent meeting, the City Council adopts the resolution containing the current or revised procedures. The current procedures are contained in Resolution 2021-28, Attachment A, which was approved on April 20th, 2021. So I'll just outline the recommended changes that are being proposed by staff. There are 4 listed in the staff report. 1 is to add Section 8, Decorum, which sets forth standards of behavior for the City Council staff and public at City Council meetings. Number 2 is to amend Section 3F4 to reflect the order of public discussion to be consistent with the approved council norms set forth in Resolution 2021-27, which is included in the agenda packet as an attachment. And adding Section 9, Council Norms of Behavior, which incorporates Resolution 2021-27 as an exhibit to the Council Procedures Resolution. And lastly, some additional minor changes that are all listed in the staff report, and you can see them reflected in the track changes. So at this point, those are the proposed revisions by staff. So I'll turn it back over to council for any questions and discussion.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. So I will ask the council if they have any questions, and then I will ask the public if they have any questions. But first, I will move on to the we'll ask the council. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Questions? You know, this past year we've been conducting meetings via Zoom. I don't know how long we'll continue, but why do we not have any mention of remote meetings? Because the conduct of the public and the conduct of council has been slightly different. And I'll give you an example which leads us to, well, that's one thing. That's one question. I think we're at the question point, and I have comments later.
Sure. So I think we do try to keep the procedures general in a sense that we want them to apply in either situation, either hybrid or in person. And then we've included a lot of extra information about, virtual or in person. And we've included a lot of additional information on the cover sheet of our agenda that we can adjust as we work our way through the changing conditions of the pandemic. I think that the decorum, the additions that we've added in terms of conduct at the meetings, similarly can apply both to virtual and in-person meetings, but you're more than welcome to propose any changes that you'd like to see that relate specifically to virtual, if that's what you'd like to do.
Thank you. I would like to propose, so I'll leave that later, but a question as well related to posting, given that we do so online. Why don't we mention that the posting of the agenda for a regular meeting and a special meeting is not only posted outside of City Hall, but also posted on our website?
Okay, I'm going to take a look at that section. I know that we specifically like to include the requirements of the Brown Act, and so that's one of the reasons that that's indicated in the council procedures. Of course, most cities have also taken widely to having their main place of publication be online, so that might be the reason why we don't have specific language about our posting to the internet, although that is our regular practice and best practice. But I can certainly take a look at that language in that section. So let me do that, and if you have any additional things to note, I'm happy to receive those.
Thank you. I have another question, and that's related to the matter of reports. Were any reports submitted by council members in the past year, for example, since we inserted language about periodically submitting reports stemming from our activities with assigned committees?
No, we've not received written reports from the council since that time.
Okay. Thank you. I will save my comments, suggestion, proposed language after everyone else has asked their questions. Thank you.
You're welcome, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Do we have any other questions? I think Councilmember Tevez has his hand raised earlier. Councilmember Tevez, you're muted, sir.
So yeah, I'm gonna save my, I mean, I have a lot of suggestions / comments that I want to make regarding our procedures. So I guess if this is the time for questions, it's more of, a discussion that I'd like to have with council versus questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Tevez. Any other questions at this moment? I don't see any from the council members. I will ask the city clerk to provide me public comments, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We do have a couple of public comments. We'll start with a telephone caller, last four numbers, 5748. Caller, if you can please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I was calling to address the questions or suggestions about reviewing the city council meeting procedures. And 2 or 3 things kind of go hand in hand. It seems like, as experienced tonight from this mayor as well as the past mayor, that a lot of times during open public comment on the agenda taken early on in the meeting is shortchanging the public and the community. Being as such that some people don't get home till 6 or 7 o'clock at night and can't access the telephone or the Zoom meeting or go down to the City Hall in person to get their comments heard, whether it's be live or on Zoom. And therefore, I am recommending and suggesting that there be discussion on having 2 different or same public comment sessions in the beginning of the meeting and 1 at the end, rather than being quick on the trigger and say, okay, no more public comment, let's move on to the other agenda items so you can get done by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, because 15 seconds to 20 seconds or 30 seconds is a short time to allow people to phone in or to comment on a item or 2 of their choice. And by opening it up towards the end of the meeting after item 10 or before the close of the other comments, before the close of the meeting would allow you to build more communication and rapport with the public and give them a chance to comment on what went on during the meeting, or if they couldn't get home by 6 o'clock or get on the phone or Zoom or go down to City Hall. And it would build better communications and community that I think we're all striving to do here, as well as get more public input and more of the public to get involved. Other cities are doing this. I don't know why Pinole can't follow the suit of San Ramon. Vallejo TV City Council is doing that. Santa Rosa City Council is opening up second sessions for public comment late in the evening, and it's being televised on television that we've seen, but not Pinole. They want to seem to kind of like push the public aside, and when they do make the public comment, I think that they owe the public people more gratitude and thanks, as well as more response, if not schedule the items for agenda or get some kind of response from the staffers and other people. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, I want to answer. I believe that's Mr. Tony Vosbrink talking here. Earlier, when we started with this new council in 2018, I believe it was a suggestion of Councilmember Martinez Ruben to actually give the opportunity to people to bring the public comments from the end of the agenda, which was around midnight or sometimes 11 p.m. to the beginning of the agenda, to allow people to speak at 5 p.m. or 7 p.m. And what we heard at that time from other council members and from other staff members from other cities is that the reason why other cities are actually putting the public comments at the end is because the people who have been listed on the agenda waited much, much longer than the people who are wishing to speak without being on the agenda. So as a courtesy, we try to help the community by bringing it at the beginning of the agenda. But if your suggestion is to bring it in the beginning and at the end, it's something that we can discuss with the council today. Thank you, sir. Next item. Next person, please.
Rafael Menace.
So I have a few comments on this item. First, I agree with the prior speaker that it may be worthwhile to consider having, I guess the simplest way to put it would be a second citizens to be heard period later on in the meeting to allow for further comment. I think the fullest expression of the prior commenter's idea would be secondary comments on every agenda item, but I don't think that would really be workable for non-citizens to be heard items because decisions are usually made after the first rounds of discussion, and so further comments would be less useful both for the public and the council, I think. Secondly, with regard to the suggested item number 8, decorum, I was wondering whether it would be possible either within the text of the procedures themselves or just now sort of verbally to give some examples of what impertinent, derogatory, or slanderous remarks are. Something along the lines of person X says Z about person Y. So you don't need to use any actual names and be at risk of defaming anyone. But those particular terms may be unclear to members of the public, and it would probably be helpful to have examples so people know what not to do if that language is going to be adopted. Thirdly, with regards to Zoom as a particular mode of communication, I'd like to reiterate my statement made in a prior meeting that it will be worthwhile to consider allowing video presentation through Zoom as well as audio for presenters to allow for greater sense of community connection with the public commenters and the community at large, not just from presenters as such. And finally, with regards to future agenda items, I'm not sure whether this is the case now or whether it's future modification, but is it acceptable for members of the public to bring up topics at the future agenda items portion of the meeting? That's something I've never quite been clear on, and I'd appreciate clarification on it because I have some things I would like to request for a future agenda item, and I think it would be most appropriate to bring it up at that part of the meeting rather than now. But I leave that open to the council to discuss for appropriateness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menace. Related to item number 3, which is the audio video presentation, can you please restate what you're asking specifically here?
Certainly. So with regards to the audio-visual presentation on Zoom, for example, on the earlier consent calendar item, you had one of the observers who you wanted to have speak further join the meeting as a presenter, effectively speaking within Zoom. So you could see their video and audio, and they were able to communicate that way. I would suggest that it's most likely technically feasible because the County Board of Supervisors is able to do this, to have that option open to all commenters via Zoom to allow for greater public engagement should they choose to join via video as well as audio or not.
So just to clarify, it's not just a presenter, it's any commenters or anybody who has a questions. Is that correct?
Yes,
Any members of the public, is that basically what you're suggesting?
that's what I'm suggesting, yes, for the duration of their comment. Have them become a presenter, have them have visual and audio privileges, and then when their comment is done, go ahead and close them back out to a regular attendee.
Thank you, sir. And I would ask I guess we have the question related to item number 5 here. I would ask the Assistant City Attorney Mark to answer. Are public allowed to make a suggestion related to future agenda items, please?
The public is allowed to provide comment on any item that is considered or action is taken by the city council. So during that item, a member of the public who wishes to make public comment can certainly state anything that they want, including future agenda items they would like to see on future agendas. They can do that during that period of time. They could also do it during the general citizens to be heard comment. But of course, only if a motion is made by a member of the council or a future agenda item is proposed by a member of the council with the support of the majority of the council, would it actually be put on a future agenda item.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the public, please?
Yes, Debbie.
Good evening.
Good evening. I just have a question, and it's regarding adding of the sections 8 and 9. And it's probably similar to Raphael's. Specifically, what is being changed on the standard of behavior for the city council staff and public? And I heard him speak about defamation or slander. Who decides that, and how is that enforced? Because I think there's a gray area, particularly when it comes to the public, as to who they're addressing and actually what they're saying. Criticism of the council is open-ended as long as it's done in a manner that isn't disrespectful, but even that's someone's opinion. But if it's done in a manner that isn't using terminology, I would say that we don't necessarily all need to hear. So I was just wondering if we could have more specificity as to what this section really says and the enforcement of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Let me ask, is staff able to answer that question at this moment? Is that something that we can get back in the future?
Yes, I'm happy to answer the question. So, I think the spirit of adding this language is to set a respectful tone for our meetings. And, a lot of, you'll find across other cities, there's policies in place that deal with decorum. We've heard the council express their interest, and, staff also has an interest in making sure that we have a respectful, place to, a space to conduct our meetings. So that, this language is presented, the council can certainly make adjustments or revisions to it. To answer the specific questions around who decides, if someone were so disruptive or along the lines of the language that we presented to be removed, that would be the presiding officer. So that would be the mayor who chairs the meeting or someone acting in their place. And then, of course, this is always in consultation with our city attorney. I've been in situations in council meetings where people have been removed from physically from chambers if they were inciting violence or, if the behavior was so inappropriate that was warranted. And so I think that this is a starting place, and council can certainly make some revisions if they so choose. So hopefully that answers the question. Happy to answer further.
Thank you, City Clerk Beth. Any other comments from the public, please?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. So at this moment, I will close the public comments section of that section, and I will turn it to council comments. I would ask Councilmember Tave to start, because I know that you had comments earlier, and then I would ask Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please. Councilmember Tave?
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, and I mean, I think that this council, especially over the last 3 years, has benefited a lot from workshops. I'm wondering if there's a way to codify procedures during workshops, and kind of just so that we have an understanding of how workshops go. So, for example, the last meeting we did, or the last workshop with the ARPA funds, it seemed like there were a lot of things that popped out of there that probably required another workshop, or a deeper dive into how things are allocated. I'm just wondering if we can build that out, and in a way where if it's a new issue that it's kind of set up by staff, presented by staff, and the input from the community can go into that. That was something that it was an observation that I think that we benefited a lot from workshops, and I'm just trying to figure out, rather than take our meetings into 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm thinking maybe like capital, if it was like we do our capital plan and have a workshop that goes into the details, and we're allowed to have those conversations. I know that everybody, may not like the Saturday, but the truth is it's a Saturday. Everybody's relaxed. Everybody can go in and have a discussion. We saw it with our strategic plan. We saw it, just recently with ARPA. I mean, I just think that we need to find a way to incorporate workshops a little bit more and what that looks like. And I don't know if there's language out there. I think we make reference to it a little bit in our procedures, but I'm just wondering if we could build that out a little bit more, because I think it's beneficial. Let's see, what else do I have? And then, as I said last time, we have a lot of agenda items, and setting, recently, so we did receive a lot of the agenda items as far as the list goes. I'm just wondering if it's something when we request agenda items to really, deliberately go through that list during the request for agenda items and really start setting out what's attainable for the next meeting, the meeting after that. I think right now it's something that we do between us and the city manager, but if we can somehow report that out publicly, as that, this is what we have going on, and how do we incorporate that into moving forward. So those were, the two comments that I had. Yeah, that was, and I mean, I'm hoping that we could have some discussion about it, but those are two things that I thought I wanted to bring up, just so that we can maybe incorporate something around that.
Thank you, Councilmember Tev. So basically, you're asking to eventually think about having more meetings, workshops on weekends and other days beside our regular meetings, to be able to address all those items.
It's up for discussion. I think that we're going to have a lot of things moving coming up here soon, and I want to make sure that we're not, when we come to council, my hope is that a lot of the discussions, the debates, the questions that might happen within the community and constituents have somewhat been engaged. We're starting to hear back. They're in some type of public forum. We did this with the fire study, and a lot of people showed up there and had a lot of comments. So when we got to council, it was basically us deliberating over that and making our comments. So, yeah, those are the two items that I'm thinking about.
And the other item that you would like to talk about is related to an item on the agenda and how they are to be scheduled and when they will be brought up. You want
and how they're set, right?
Are you suggesting the council to make a presentation, comment on what is upcoming next, or is the council to schedule what is?
I think the city manager gave a report last, I want to say it was the last meeting, for some look aheads so that the public's aware of what we have.
I think the city manager is making that look ahead. City Manager Murray, can you please elaborate on that item? And I just want to have a discussion here.
Sure. So there are two different things going on in my mind. One is this the request that we report out a meeting in advance about what we're expecting to be on the next agenda. That was a new addition to the procedures. I think last time we discussed that, which might have been mid this year. I have to say that I don't believe that I've been entirely consistent in doing that, but that's an existing requirement of the procedures. So the procedures right now state that the city manager should provide a look ahead to the agenda items of the next meeting, and I'm happy to redouble my attention to make sure that I'm doing that. The other issue is that we're providing a longer term forecast to the city council that's on a 2-month rolling basis of what's coming up. That's a little, the prioritization discussion is a little bit of a different matter. I'm thankful to say, and from having looked at the 2-month forecast and the accompanying not yet calendared pending future agenda items, that we only have a small number of remaining future agenda items that have been requested that have not been calendared. So we've made great progress, including in part through long council meetings, getting through all those items. So I don't know that, from my perspective, there's a lot more to discuss about the prioritization, but I'm happy to have the council, establish an agenda setting process that meets their needs. So happy to answer that. Regarding the matter of workshops, that sounds like there are two different components to that to me. One is defining what we mean by a workshop, because that term is used, has different meanings in different people's minds and communities. Some people hear that as a study session at which no decisions are made. Others hear that as a very focused special city council meeting at which decisions can be made. It just has a smaller number of items, and maybe it's a more interactive format with the public. The council's had some recent workshops, and I consider there to be, I think the existing future agenda items mechanism is a mechanism that council can decide to direct workshops for. So the council decided that we wanted to have workshops to discuss the ARPA expenditure. So I think that in the same way that the city council can define a date certain for a future agenda item during that request for future agendas items, I think it would be appropriate for them to also specify at that time which agenda items they think would make sense as workshops. So I think the existing procedures provide a mechanism for the council to specify that they want it to be in a workshop. I do think it might be useful so that everybody's on the same page to flesh out what we mean when we say we're going to be having a workshop or a study session or something like that. So if council would like, I think staff would be happy to come up with some more specific definitions of what those meeting types are. I'll defer to the city clerk on that though.
Yes, I was just thinking that, in my mind, these are special meetings we're talking about. So if we did want to, and I think it serves us well to leave, leave our procedures general so that we have the ability to then have our workshop study sessions take shape in whatever way that is most beneficial for each subject matter, which tends to happen, just as City Manager Murray said, as the council directs staff to bring it forward, and as the city manager works with staff to sort of develop what the best approach is, whether that's working with a consultant or running a workshop or study session or community engagement type event. So we do kind of want to have that flexibility, but as City Manager Murray stated, if we wanted to somehow include reference to the different meeting types in our procedures, I suppose we could do that. But I agree with what you just shared.
Okay, yeah, those are the two things. I mean, for me, I feel like we should. We make reference to them, but kind of having the understanding as to the study session versus the workshop. If there's a difference, maybe defining those. But those were the only two items I had.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. I will turn it to Councilmember Martinez. Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to get back to my proposed suggestions language with the existing procedures. So about posting on city website, mentioning that would be on page 253 of 305, numbers 3 and 5 would allow insertion of that. Related to decorum, I want to suggest we consider in the statement related to avoiding personalizing debate to add or addressing prior commenters by name. I found it tempting to want to mute people, specifically those who were not talking to council or about city business, but felt at liberty to talk about someone who might have commented prior to their comment in this past year when I was facilitating the meetings. But given freedom of speech and all, we were open and allowed people to comment as they did. But I think consistent with our interest in wanting to have a sense of civility, respect, and decorum that allows for healthy debate, whether we agree or disagree, that one element that does not express respect and gets away from a commenter speaking on an item, whether it be on the agenda or otherwise, is when they refer to a prior commenter. And that's what I would specifically want us to insert in the language, which I believe can be included when we talk about avoid personalizing debate. So my suggestion is to expand that statement to read avoid personalizing debate or addressing prior commenters by name. And with regard to my question about whether there had been any reports submitted by council members about their assignments, their committee assignments, and none have been submitted, that probably speaks to the need for them, but I would keep the language just in case we do want to submit something and allow that to be part of the record. And with regard to council requests for future items, I must confess that as we proceeded last year, and this may be something that we don't do this year, and that we indeed follow procedure, is that I had taken the route of asking for consensus of council when any one of us requested a future agenda item rather than going through what is written in the procedures. And what's written in the procedures is that any council member may make a motion requesting an agenda item. And therefore, what that means to me, if we keep that language, is that we would request a second on the motion and that we go through a vote. And then that would also allow for discussion about that. Don't know whether we want to do that, but it does offer an opportunity to any of us council members requesting an agenda item to elaborate a little bit about that request. So this is something for us to talk about, I think. And I also want us to consider about offering public comment, and I think we do already, so I just want to be clear on this. The opportunity for public comment before on items not on the agenda before returning from closed session. In today's meeting, we started at 5 o'clock, and maybe that gave us the liberty to have an hour and a half, almost an hour and a half of discussion before we got to 7 o'clock, even with a little bit of timing. We might have had an hour and whatever, how much time we had. But in meetings in this past year, we went beyond that. And that was, I think, created a bit of a burden for people wanting to make comments, not on the agenda, after we concluded our closed session, which often extended beyond 7 o'clock. And so that's something for us to consider as well. Again, trying to maximize the time available or being conscientious about the public's time, we would then have to make a commitment to be available to begin as early as 5 p.m. if necessary, But that's us, that's council people, that's, we agree to doing some of these things. Whereas the public, why should they wait longer for us unless, if we need the time during closed session to go beyond an hour? The alternative is that we not end our discussion and return to those closed session items after our meetings. That's all depending on how well we get through our discussions, how much time it takes for us, et cetera, et cetera. So something for us to consider then is whether we would want to have public comment available or open, if we would be open to public comment before on items not on the agenda before we return to closed session, assuming that we would begin either at 5, 6, or 7. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. So I've got 5 items for you. We got the decorum, avoiding personal debate or addressing somebody directly. Item number 2, we have posting online. Item number 3 is the report. Item number 4 is council request for future item. Make a suggestion instead of a motion. Item number 5 is related to public comments. Related to item number 3, can you please elaborate what it was specifically asking for reporting, please? Item number 3.
Oh, no change on the language. No change on the language. And then I just, if I may,
yes.
My comments about the council request for future agenda item. What I was saying is that we stick to the procedures as written. Something that we did not do this past year.
Meaning we need to have a motion and a second. Okay.
As opposed to consensus.
Okay, thank you. And what about the public comments? I have a question. What about when we don't have closed session? So sometimes we don't have closed session. What happened in that situation? I think the one suggestion could be early in the meeting and then another one either in the middle of the meeting or at the end of the meeting. What do you suggest here?
Well, I think we have the option to return to a closed session discussion after all the business has been conducted. We haven't had that experience. I think we wanted to have meetings that wouldn't last longer than 11 p.m. and we went beyond that. So that's probably why we didn't want to go even beyond 11 p.m. But we take our time deliberating during closed session, and sometimes it goes beyond an hour. And all I'm saying is that we ought to be considerate of the public, whether we begin a closed session at 5 or 6 or 7, for us to consider having public comment on items not on the agenda before we return from closed session.
Okay, so
through the mayor, I have just a comment. So it sounds like this might be another suggestion of just sticking with the procedures as written, because we do have the expectations set, and I think virtual meetings have made this difficult, and we've all been sort of trying to manage the best we can with scheduling and trying to estimate time. We've had tech issues, all types of things. But I think the expectation before was always that we would conclude closed session by 7 o'clock so that we were available for the public, and the public had a very good estimate of when they should attend or sign on to make their public comment. So is that the suggestion to try to be available at 7 for citizens to be heard rather than much later at 8 o'clock? Okay, so now I understand.
Yes. And then so that's really, yes, thank you, Madam City Clerk. This is really, my comments are really an appeal to all of us to try to get through closed session by 7.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Thank you, City Clerk Bell. Please, Councilmember Thomas, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to say I'm in agreement with posting the meeting agendas, the language in item number 3 and 5. And let's see, the comment about decorum, where if we have the language that says avoid addressing a previous commenter by name, but if it's a positive comment, like so-and-so made a great comment and I agree, that would violate the decorum in which this is written. So I would just add, avoid addressing, avoid negative comments, because sometimes you can be in agreement, full agreement with somebody, and I think that would be acceptable. The comment about closed session, I think Council Member Martinez Rubin mentioned, could we have closed sessions at another time, or if it was just finished by 7. If it was a comment about do business first and then do closed session, in case that wasn't the intention of that comment, I would just respond by saying that, we have paid consultants and we don't want to pay them to wait around to go into closed session, but that might not be an issue. Then the comment that Mr. Gosbrink brought up about having 2 time periods for public comment, the agendas for San Ramon and I think also the school district is that they take about a half an hour or the first 10 comments, and then everything else, any additional comments are delayed till the end of the meeting. And I'm not sure that we want to do that, because then if somebody is number 11 on the list, now all of a sudden they're not going to be heard. I think 7 o'clock is a reasonable time, for the public to log on and make comments. I think it's much easier than, hanging around till the end of the meeting. And then providing that the public can join on video. The Zoom has that ability. It's done at the Board of Supervisors, every time. It's the choice of the public commenter as to whether or not they want to turn their camera on or off. Let me see if I had any other notes. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I understood all those comments. Thank you. I think related to Zoom, it's Mr. Menes was requesting to have the ability of sharing the screen. I think at this moment it's the organizer of the meeting who has this ability. And I think that the question was referring. And I understand that people who are joining as part of the Zoom, they may have the ability of turning the camera on only if they are part of the panel. But I don't think the attendees have the ability of turning the videos on.
Mayor, that's correct. I also just want to add, I think when we first moved to virtual meetings, there was we had the feeling of wanting to be very cautious. There were a lot of instances up front of people calling in and sharing inappropriate content, both over the phone and especially by video. And by video, there, it just sort of opened things up for more, bad behavior. So I guess what I'm just saying is now that we've been in virtual meetings for longer, a lot of organizations have pivoted and moved towards, and taken steps to provide more security and do things that allow for them to have public participants share, log in by video and be presented by video. So the council can certainly, if we want to move to looking at that option, it is there for us. But I think I just wanted to explain some of the background. I think as we have put together our, approach to virtual meetings, we've done it cautiously, and we just want to make sure that, we consider those types of things. And then what was the other? And then the public comment, having 2 periods of public comment, both up front and at the end of the meeting. That's definitely a regular practice done across city. So that's just wanted to weigh in there that is, up to the council to decide whether or not they, that a limit of commenters isn't necessarily required to do that. And if we wanted to add a second public forum, we could certainly do that at the end of the meeting.
Madam City Clerk, where do you suggest those 2 to be included?
Typically, it would be, around the time that the council is giving their reports, just before we close the meeting, after the discussion items the business items have been completed.
Thank you. We'll get back to there in a few seconds. Councilmember Thomas, you are done. I will turn it to Mayor Pro Tem Devin T. Murphy. Please go ahead.
Sure. First of all, thank you so much, City Clerk Bell, for, I keep wanting to say, City Clerk Bell, for the intentionality behind this. It's clear that there's a lot of research done, and I think there's just a lot of work you put into this. So I just want to thank you. Particularly a year later, I feel like this process was really quick last year. And so it's great to have some reflection time and some committed time to discussing both the things that we are probably, should be adhering to more. Like I acknowledge, I think our closed session, I didn't know that until my Monday meeting this year. Well, I didn't remember that until my Monday meeting with the city manager that it closed at 7. So I think there are things that we should adhere to. And we can be better about that, as well as I think the Councilmember Martinez-Rubin mentioned the process to approve agenda items, future agenda items, which I think those are two of the things that I specifically feel we can probably all improve on. So I really just want to acknowledge your work on this and thank you. Also wanted to highlight, I think one of the things that stuck out to me, particularly just given my experience as a council member and what I've been hearing from members of the public, but I just wanted to outline on page 256 of 305, one of the standards that you mentioned or that you recommended here is to embrace respectful disagreement and dissent as democratic rights, inherent components of an inclusive public process, and tools for forging sound decisions. I think that's a really, really strong statement. And it's no surprise to anyone on council or the public that there are, I've had my share of comments said to me. And I do think that even in those comments that are in opposition to my own public rights or, my own rights as a private citizen, I think that there's still value in that dissent. And, I think there's still value in the democratic process. So I did want to mention that I did what I heard earlier was that we should include more language around, essentially saying that our public commenters aren't able to say a name that came before them. I would personally be in disagreement to that recommendation, largely because I think there are sometimes very coldly violent words that we've heard been said. And I think that sometimes the notion that those things are not challenged either by public or ourselves as elected can create more violence. We've seen that at a national level for sure. And I don't want us to steer away from allowing those with their First Amendment rights to utilize that. What I will say to that recommendation, hearing that recommendation and hearing how important that is to one council member, is I would recommend that we adhere to what I see as one of the current procedures, which is talk through the mayor. If you're directing your comments, direct it to the mayor, but you do have the ability to speak on something that was said. Because again, if there's something that is said that you disagree to, you should be able to say who said that and why that person was wrong or right, but you do need to communicate that to the mayor. And I think that's already embedded in our council procedures, but I just wanted to, again, reiterate that I think that these are things that we just probably should be adhering to more, as opposed to creating, I guess, new limits to people's public speech. I do also just want to mention that I think that, the notions and intent behind this were really great, and I just want to say I really appreciate this. I do have a couple of recommendations that I will state through motion. One of which actually is there's two things that I feel like haven't been mentioned already, so I'd like to circle to these two, and Mayor, let me know how you want to move forward with this process. But given some of the correspondences I received from the public, I think that the reports and communications items of our agenda are pretty central. And oftentimes I think that we rush through those as council members, namely because it's usually at the end of the meeting that's at 11, and or we just rush through it because we just rush through it. My recommendation is that we actually move that higher in the agenda. I'd love to see that after citizens to be heard, and that includes reports for both the council members, but also staff reports. You all as staff are doing incredible work. I know that people watch the meeting, maybe the video recordings, but I do want us to be a little bit more intentional about setting that at the beginning. I also think there's a bunch of questions that sometimes people have in public comments that can probably be integrated into a staff report. Usually staff reports are, answering those questions. So I would recommend that we as a council make that decision, perhaps moving, again, reports and communications to after citizens to be heard, as an opportunity for the mayor to make their report, but also as council members and other city staff members to make their reports. That's one suggestion. And then my second suggestion is is in reference to page 256 of 305. It was previously procedure number 12. I think the recommendation is to change it to procedure 11, which is tape recordings. Right now, it says that council meetings are televised live on Pinole's local community access channel, channel 26. Tape recordings of council meetings are kept in order to assist in preparation of minutes. After the prepared minutes have been approved, videotape recordings should be retained pursuant to the citywide records retention policy. One suggestion and one question. Would love to direct staff to send that citywide records retention policy to us. I haven't seen that personally, and I'd love to see what that policy is. And I'm assuming that maybe the council would value that as well if others haven't seen it, but I certainly haven't. So would love to get that as a follow-up. But second to that, some of you may know, but I serve on the executive board of the MCE, and we've made this kind of like lasting policy, especially with COVID, to make sure that we stream our meetings. So not only are we, video recording them, but in action, those MCE meetings are being live streamed on MCE's Facebook page. So similar to what we're seeing in person right now, this interface, if you will, that you all are seeing in front of your computers, the public has seen, would be live streamed as a pinned post on Facebook. I would like to encourage staff to give either direction or for us to just approve and move process to not only have our Pinole television our meetings live stream on Pinole television, but also I think we should add, my recommendation is to add to that what would be council procedure number 11, tape recorders and live streaming of meetings, and for us to live stream this set anytime we have a public council meeting as a piece of that as well, as a piece of Facebook Live. So I think that is all for me. And I know that like I said, those are two different motions I'm happy to make, but Mayor, I know that you're, I think, compiling all of these, so let me know the direction.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Before I go back to Councilmember Tev, I kind of want to summarize everything that I heard, and I will open the discussion again. So basically what I've heard, the comments were comment number 1, posting online. Posted online needs to be added to the agenda. I heard comments from Councilmember Tev related to how often we should be meeting, if we should be meeting more often. I heard comments about existing report to be in communication to be moved up after citizen to be heard. I heard comments related to recording and putting on Facebook Live. I heard comments about having a second citizen to be heard. I heard comments about decorum and how people should be addressing each other during public comments. Let me see what else I heard here. Making sure I'm not forgetting anything. And I also heard a comment related to the procedures on how people can share the screen. Before I go back to Councilmember Tev, kind of would like to share my thought about what I think about my suggestion, and I will turn it back to Councilmember Tev. I think the meetings sometimes are too long. And I understand that sometimes we are up until 1 o'clock, midnight, 11 o'clock, but I also believe that it's not productive for us to stay there until that late, and nobody wants to watch us talking until 1 a.m., no matter how much they love us. Even my wife cannot stand me until 1 a.m. if she doesn't go to bed. So our meetings needs to be shorter here. And what I suggest us to do is probably we should be separating our meetings, and each meeting should be dedicated for different purposes. We should probably have a meeting just for closed session. The closed session doesn't have to be on a day of regular meeting. What I would suggest is to choose, we don't have closed session every week or every other weeks, but what I would suggest is to choose one day specifically that is not a regular meeting day, just for closed session. We can handle closed session, and we are not obligated to crunch ourselves in an hour or 2 hours, and we can dedicate those closed session meeting individually from any other meeting. That's any day of the week that can happen. Number two, we should probably think about separating presentations and workshops into a different meeting. The reason why I said that is because a lot of time we have very good presentations, and we are obligated to ask the presenter to limit themselves to 20 minutes. And council members do have interesting questions. I do not want, as a mayor, to cut off anybody's presentation or ask a council member to just limit themselves to 5 minutes. It's not fair. Sometimes we have to wait for days, a month for those people to come. So my suggestion here is we should probably have presentations and workshop on the fourth week of the month. Any days on the fourth week of the month should have presentations and workshop. Similar to that, recognition are very important. We should have a separate meeting for recognition. We don't have recognition every single month, but I think the recognition should be happening the first week of the month. And the reason why it has to be the first week of the month is because we don't want to recognize somebody on an event after their event passed. You know. Another discussion that I had was we should just maintain our regular meetings and have regular meetings on the first and the third Tuesday of the month. And during those meetings, it's just new business and old business. We will have an opportunity for closed session at a different meeting, and we'll also have an opportunity for recognition and presentation at a different meeting. So during those meetings, we'll just go and address what we need to do. We should be able to do everything within 2 to 3 hours, starting at 6 and be done by 9 p.m. Those conclude the suggestion that I had, and I will turn it back to Councilmember Tate.
So I just wanted to make a comment. You know, as I was hearing Mayor Pro Tem talk about recording tapes, do we record tapes or is it digital? And you know, does it go to Graticus? I mean, like, you know, our procedure in that moment or in that language, we can probably outline what we do with it. I mean, do we still record tapes? And do we have to? I mean,
I'm going to defer to our broadcast team, but I think there are some tapes involved. So some of this language, I think I hear what you're saying in terms of making sure we're actually reflecting what's real with our technology. I have heard that we have to change the tape. So I don't know if Dave, you want to chime in. But if there are updates to be made in that regard, we can certainly look at that. Was that your request, Councilmember?
Yeah, I mean, just looking through this and making sure that this procedure reflects, you know, what actually
what's real.
Yeah. And I mean, it may be tapes, but we do other things as well, right? We put it on Graticus. We have
yes.
other procedures that it could probably be added. And then the other suggestion I had, and I mean, this is, you know, when we have ad hoc committees, I found that when I was on an ad hoc committee, you know, I was squeezing in my report from the ad hoc committee during council reports. And I'm wondering if we should make a section for, you know, ad hoc committees, like the communication committee that we just started. And if we start any other committees that I'm not sure if there's a place in the agenda for it. Maybe instead of having council appointments and committee reports, like / committee reports, if there's room for that, or if we want to just keep things the way they are. just so that we have that room to break from the committee and then have a discussion for council reports, or council member reports. So that was just one other suggestion.
And then just to respond, so we do post, I think we're using tape recordings just in terms of, recordings, maybe we could just say recordings in general. We do post we use Granicus as the vendor that posts, we have our online videos posted through Granicus. And so what was the other thing I wanted to respond to on that? I think we don't want to get too much into the nitty gritty of all of the things that we do technically in the meeting procedures. We're sort of trying to keep them concise to what we need, the information that we need to run our meetings. But certainly we'll take a look at that section and see if we can make improvements there. And then open to suggestions about the ad hoc piece. I think it's perfectly appropriate to make ad hoc committee meeting reports under council, under the committee report section, which we kind of have been. If we wanted to run through the current open committees, if you wanted me to do sort of a roll call, that might be another way to sort of, but typically with those committees, I feel like when we have a report, it's because there has just been a meeting and it's, so I don't know that we necessarily have to agendize each one. Just a suggestion that, if there is a significant report, sometimes it'll come back as an actual discussion item. So those kind of take shape in that way as well.
And that's what I wanted to bring up. If there's an appetite for us to have something kind of formal or not, but it works under council member reports, but just to see if there was, council appointments, we don't typically have our mayor appointments, I think it is, or council appointments. Let me just make sure I got it here. It's towards
You're thinking of the committee report section.
Yeah, where it says city council reports and communications, and then mayor and council appointments. And I'm thinking like mayor council appointments / ad hoc or committee reports. It's a simple thing. It's just that way there's some kind of differentiation between individual versus a committee. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Before I return it back to Council, I'd like to give the opportunity to City Manager Mary to answer some of these questions. And if you have any comments to anything you heard at this moment and suggestions, do you have any comments, City Manager Mary, please?
Thank you for the opportunity. I have been listening to the comments. I haven't been taking a written log of the suggestions that were provided. I know that we've all been making an effort over the course of the year to structure the agendas so that they're appropriately balanced. I know that we've had some really long meetings, including some very long presentations. And we've all, I think, made some adjustments in our various roles to try and make the meetings not quite so long, because I think we all agree that it's hard to do our best work when the meetings are really long and get late into the evening. And fortunately, I think as a result of everyone's efforts, we've had meetings that have been more succinct recently. My perspective is that I think our current meeting schedule and format by and large strikes the right balance and is appropriate for a city our size. In general, I think there's, and we have had special additional meetings as circumstances have arisen that made that sensible. For instance, workshops. There's a considerable amount of staff time that goes into a meeting, just overhead on an individual meeting basis, even if we're not increasing the throughput of the items in general. So it would be a considerable investment of additional staff time. Particularly for the staff members who participate in every council meeting. If we were to have a different regular meeting schedule, and that, as a result means that those staff members who are participating in additional meetings are not spending their time doing other things that they could be spending on. So I think that's a really important operational consideration for the City Council. I think meeting twice monthly is fairly standard, probably the most common arrangement for cities our size. So I do think that, again, as a result of some of the small modifications everybody's made in their different roles, the meetings are going pretty well. we all as staff and council members have inherited, in a sense, what I consider a backlog of matters at the city that have needed attention. And we've done a lot of work over the past few years to address some really significant community issues, as well as work on new business. So I think we're in a pretty good situation in that regard. We do have some significant public policy matters to address next year. But I do think we have the bandwidth through our regular meeting schedule with the addition of some well-timed workshops to handle all of those. So I think that's my overall comment. Otherwise, I think, City Clerk Bell, feel free to add comments on this as well. I think the general format, so in addition to kind of the regularity of our meetings, I think the general format is quite standard. And I know that staff is happy to support the City Council in making any modifications to the procedures that you would like, but I think overall the procedures as well also seem to work well. We made some changes over the past year, and I think those have been working well. If we are more diligent in observing some of our existing procedures, including the end time of closed session, I think that will benefit us. One thing that some other communities do that we might want to consider is having open sessions start at the same time. So if we're going to have a closed session, then the council meeting starts earlier so that we conclude the closed session and open the open session at the same time every other open session meeting starts. So that would be something to consider. And the procedures do currently say that if the closed session is not concluded within 1 hour, then it can be continued to another date, or it can be continued to the end of the meeting. So I also think out of respect for the members of the public that want to have a consistent expectation about when the open session is going to start, if we have a closed session, we can decide that we will start city council meetings at 5 o'clock. We'll try to get things done by 6 o'clock. If we have business that goes further than that, we can resume a discussion in closed session following the open session. So that's really my only comment on a structural change that I think would help us achieve something we all want, which is to provide a consistent start time for members of the public. I'm happy to provide any other comments or ideas on that if you'd like.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. And then I will turn it back to Council. Just want to summarize, and I see your hand raised, Councilmember Thomas. 1 second, please. We have 6 items here, and I would say out of those 6 items, 5 of them are pretty much straightforward. It wouldn't really require much discussion. And one of the items, it's the meetings and how the meetings should be structured and how often we should be meeting. I think that's the one that would probably require a little bit more discussion with the council. But before I turn for a vote or anything, I will turn it back to Councilmember Thomas. See your hand raised. Please go ahead.
Yeah, two items that I think would help move meetings along, and that is if the council members take their Monday meeting time with the city manager and get their questions answered on consent calendar items so that we can just move through that. That might be, something to, strive for. The other thing is, the 2 meetings that we had that, went into the 1 a.m. hour were related to budget and capital improvement plan. And when those heavy items come up, that would be useful to have, a workshop. Or if we anticipate that something heavy is going to happen, then we should look at doing a workshop. I think that would make our meetings more efficient. So that's all I had.
Thank you again, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Tafe, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we should probably, summarize all of these items. I'd like to suggest maybe staff taking a look through them, kind of vetting through them, and then bringing it back to us. The second thing that just kind of triggered when Councilmember Thomas mentioned is most of the time they are budget related. It has some type of money attached to it or expenditure, where there's a lot of debate. And I know that we have the finance subcommittee coming up, and I'm just wondering if that meeting, because it lands, I think, like 3 o'clock in the middle of the day, there's not a lot of input, from the community. A lot of times those meetings are in an effort to help kind of vet out or push through a lot of the issues with budget to bring to council. And then by the time it gets to council, it's, we go right through that process again. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to, I think workshops or study sessions might be the way to do it. But, if we can do that in advance, way in advance, just like Councilmember Thomas mentioned, because I think that we have a lot that we want to do, and there's a lot of items out there. So I just want to make sure that we look at that, maybe potentially move the finance committee up to a date or a time where people can participate a little bit more. And then maybe have some study sessions in between that time before it gets to council. That way the full council can kind of help, guide that process.
Yeah, sorry if I may just respond to that. I think I've shared some of my reflections and those of the rest of our staff that we're hoping to have a longer runway for the budget process for this upcoming year and involve the full council. And I would expect that would involve some workshops. I think, the effectiveness of a council subcommittee to vet an issue depends in part on the like-mindedness of the council and the council members' different familiarity with the content and all of that. So I think one lesson learned from the budget process last year is it will be more important, particularly because we have a relatively new council, to involve all council members early in the process. So that would be our intention. That's our intention anyway for the budget development process this year.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. To go back, I would like to move the vote now on what happened. I kind of summarized everything Councilmember Tave. Item number 1 was posting it online. Item number 2 was related to existing reporting communication to be after citizen to be heard. Item number 3 was recording on Facebook Live and streaming the meetings live. The next item was 2 set of citizens to be heard. Also, another comment was the decorum about addressing it directly to the mayor and not having negative comments to other members of the public. And the last item was basically the structure of the meetings. Some people suggested having more meetings, closed session, presentation, recognition, and regular meetings. So what I would like to do is I would like somebody to make a motion. I would go item by item on posting it online. That was related to. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Oh, thank you.
We can have the existing motion approved and then make the amendment. Is that what you're suggesting?
Oh, just that there were a couple additional notes that I had. I just wanted to see if you wanted to include them in your list. So one was having to do with members of the public. Well, this is more of a practical point, but sharing their screen as part of participation in meetings. And then including, for the procedures, including language regarding study session, like the council meeting type. That was from Councilmember Tave. I had a note about that. And then the section about ad hoc committees and reporting out. So I'm focused on the updates to the resolution before you. So those are some notes that I was hoping to get direction on.
I will go item by item first, if it's okay. First of all, I would like to make a Councilmember Thomas, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify the term of sharing a screen really should be sharing their video.
Thank you for that. Yes, that's correct.
I would like somebody to go, I'm going to go item by item here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 items. that was related to Councilmember Martinez when posting it online language. Can somebody make a motion for that?
I'll move that we add the language about posting meeting agendas online for item number 3 and 5.
Any second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
I believe she's experiencing some technical difficulties, and yeah, I don't know, looks like she's not able to connect. She's wondering if it might be possible to vote via some other mechanism.
That's a new council procedure here. That's a good time asking the question. Thank you.
There is a way for her to call into the meeting. Zoom, I believe there's a phone number she can call into that's listed on the agenda and then be promoted.
I will suggest that.
okay, so I'm gonna move on to Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
and Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
And I think I'm gonna have to note Councilmember Martinez Rubin as absent for this vote, but motion carries. Is that
Once she
correct?
comes back, I would like to give her the opportunity to vote because I don't want her to be absent if she's back. I would like to give her the opportunity if it's okay.
Okay. She's noted that she has called in now, and so I think is waiting to be promoted.
Oh, technology. Thank you.
Need that broadband, y'all.
Must be really storming out there. So I believe she is the phone number ending 8680. If you want to.
There is no phone number yet popping up.
Okay, I see in my view here a phone number 510-388-8680.
Okay, then she's already in the panelist section. I was looking in the attendee.
Got it.
Super. And yes, hello everyone. Yes, I hear you. Thank you. And I would vote yes on that first motion.
Thank you. So then the vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Next item, I would like somebody to make a motion related to existing report and communication to be after what we have at this moment, citizen to be heard.
I'll move to move reports and communications after citizens to be heard.
Any second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Sure.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, I would like somebody to make a motion related to the motion that Mayor Pro Tem Murphy made related to the recording and the live streaming on Facebook. If you may, Mayor Pro Tem, please restate that motion exactly as you wish.
Absolutely. I move to add the term, the wording and live streaming to what will be the proposed procedure number 11. So it should read tape recordings and live streaming. And in addition to that, that motion is to also add language here to stream live on our city's Facebook page, our council meetings.
Any second?
And can I add, maybe it just should say social media. I mean, there's other platforms. That way it stays open in case anything else, any other software that's out there or any other social platform. So instead of saying Facebook specifically,
sure.
I mean, that's a friendly amendment. if we could.
That's fine. That's fine, Mayor.
Would you mind adding this, Council Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yeah.
City Clerk, do you have that motion stated correctly?
Yes, I have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any second?
I'll second it, but I have
Any question?
I have a clarification. I want to make sure that we shut off comments on the social media, because I think the public can be confused that their comments on the social media that we're reading those live and that they're part of the meeting. So I think as of right now, when we first do it, I think we should shut off comments on the platform.
Councilmember Murphy, would you like to restate your motion?
Yeah, I think that I'm going to hold to my motion. I think Councilmember Thoms is correct, and I actually thought about this after I stated my motion. So I don't know how to actually amend the language. I get your intent, Councilmember Thoms. Okay. So this is why I asked about the retention policy, is because I guess we should probably state something in this language that specifically says comments made to public meetings must still be said by logging in. And in City Clerk Bell, I know this is a little tough, so I'm not trying to make this too complicated, but I think you get the intent behind what we're saying.
I do, and I don't know that we have to get into the specifics around comments. We're going to have to look at the implementation of this, so it's going to take a little bit of research on our end. I think if we leave it general for now, perhaps we can get more information ahead of the next meeting where this item will come back and we can give more specific information. But I don't even know if you can turn them off entirely, and we can look at it from a records perspective as well. Any comments, if it's a city page and people are putting comments and questions in there, that also, gives the expectation of a response. And so there's all types of considerations. So I'd be happy to, work with the broadcast team and IT and figure things out, and then provide more advice when we bring the item back.
I was just going to add that the agenda is very clear about how public comments need to be submitted or can be submitted as well.
Okay. There's always the cover sheet for additional information and clarification for these things as well, because we would list it as an additional place to view the meeting. So lots of things to sort of consider, but thank you for calling that out.
Thank you, City Clerk. Thank you, City Attorney Mogg. Can you please restate the motion just to make sure that everybody knows what they are voting on, please?
Absolutely.
Or City Clerk or Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll let the City Clerk go.
Okay, so the motion is to amend the section that's proposed as section 11, tape recordings, to also read tape recordings and live stream, and adding language regarding live streaming on Facebook, or excuse me, live streaming on city social media pages. And again, you're going to get a revised version of these procedures when they come back.
Thank you. And that has been seconded by Councilmember Thomas, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Question, comments? None? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Thoms?
Yes.
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Salimi?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item was related to two citizens to be heard, one in the beginning of the meeting and one towards the end. Can somebody make a motion or clarify where those should be? At this moment, citizen to be heard, it's right after the consent, let's see, make sure we're.
Mayor, if I may, I would have a motion to table that. I'd love to explore some of these changes. I don't know. I mean, I'm no hard feelings. I just think that given the changes that we're making, I would love to explore tabling that option for a future meeting to see how our current changes go before adding another public comment section. I'm also happy to support a motion to do it as well, but I just didn't see council members jump up for this one.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Right now, citizen to be heard is right after convening from closed session, which is item number 6. When I joined the council, it used to be towards the end of the agenda as well. Let me ask the rest of the council how they wish to proceed here. Any comments from any other council member here? Councilmember Tate?
Yeah, I think we should try it, right? And if we can always go back to revising it. If for whatever reason we're missing, people are missing opportunities or catching it, or if for whatever reason we come in and there are no comments on one section and a lot of comments on the other, I think it'd be interesting to see how it goes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion to just restate. We will have 2 sets of citizens to be heard. The first one will be after item number 5, which is we convene in open session to announce results of closed session. We'll have, and the second round will be right after new business. So the first one will be right after reconvening for closed session, and the second one will be after new business.
Was that the motion?
Yes.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Tayev,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item was, go ahead. Martinez Rubin, please. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I'm trying to work through on my phone here. I have a question about that last motion, and maybe it was discussed while I was disconnected, but are we talking about items not on the agenda for that second opportunity to have public comment?
That is correct. That was what my intent was.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
And Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, I think my understanding of that motion, and I defer to the city clerk as well, is that this would be an opportunity for people who did not speak during the first citizens to be heard at the beginning of the meeting, or would it be an opportunity for members of the public to make a second comment, even if they had spoken at the beginning? My understanding is for people who couldn't make it earlier or did not speak during the first comment period. Is that the?
Thank you for clarification, Eric. So basically, you're basically saying that if person A made a comment, the first part, that some person cannot make the same comment on the same item at the second part. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. What was the council's intent?
I can help with this. So I think typically, per the Brown Act, we want to give the citizens the opportunity to have 3 minutes on any topic. So if we added 3, we're not giving 9 minutes, or 2, we're not giving 6 minutes. So I think the intent usually, from what I've seen, is that citizens still get 3 minutes to speak about items not on the agenda, whether that falls in the beginning or at the end. We're just providing 2 separate forums for that to happen. If someone in person can't make it there until they get off of work, or can't log on because they're having tech issues, which we've seen, then they could then participate in a second forum. So I'm stating that as what I heard to be intended, but council can please weigh in.
Thank you. I think that's correct. So we want to make sure that the person who's talking about the same subject would not be talking 2 times 3 minutes on the same subject, one before and one after, correct? So every comment before and after will be about new subjects. Can you go ahead,
they only get one.
Yes. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
I'm sorry. They only get one bite at the apple. So whatever their topic is, that's, you know, that's their time to speak. They don't get to speak about topic A at the beginning of the meeting and topic B at the end of the meeting.
Thank you. That will, Councilmember Thomas, thank you. That will be 3 minutes per person. Is that answering your question, Mr. Mugg?
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Thank you for your participation, City Clerk Bell and Mr. Mugg. Next item was related to the decorum. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, would you like to state your motion related to the decorum? We have a hard time hearing Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Somebody else would like to make a motion related to the decorum? I don't hear anybody. I think the motion was related to avoiding personal debate or addressing a prior person by name, and was also related to avoiding. But the motion can also address a person just to compliment them as well. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, are you back?
I'm back. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So the motion about the decorum is to add language to the statement, avoid personalized debate or addressing prior commenters by name.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. I believe that Councilmember Thomas added a suggestion to be able to add somebody's name if they want to compliment them, correct?
Well, it was avoid negative comments.
Okay, I will accept that. What I want to, the intent behind this, because I think Mayor Pro Tem Murphy also commented on this, and it's important not to limit people's public speech, but I really want to have people public commenters know that they are addressing a council. They are not to use the public comment opportunity as a means to communicate with other members of the public. So however we do that, that's what I'd like to come out of this motion.
Council member, would your intent be captured simply by adding another bullet point saying comments should be addressed to the mayor and not other members of the public?
Yes, that would do so.
Perfect.
And it was something that, pardon me, it's something that has been done, when we have met live, but it wasn't the case when we were on Zoom. So yes, being more explicit about what we expect, whether it's a remote meeting or live, with that added bullet, I think that would do it. So thank you for that suggestion, Assistant City Attorney.
Thank you. So we have a motion. Can you please restate that motion, because I'm going to make sure that people know what they are voting on.
Thank you. Motion is to insert an added statement under the section related to decorum to read, members of the public are to provide comment by addressing the mayor.
Any second? Any questions or discussion? I don't hear any second here.
I thought that was already in the policy.
That's, yeah.
Councilmember.
It's an added. It's being more overt, more explicit, in the interest of wanting to have commenters recognize that we are using public comment to address the council via the mayor, not addressing each other or members of the public. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we just have to adhere to what's already there.
So then my discussion, if there's any discussion to be had, is how do we, is that,
how do we emphasize?
for lack of a better description, how do we ensure that that happens when we meet remotely?
I see.
I think your comment related to avoiding personal debate was perfect. Councilmember Thoms.
I was going to say that too. Just adding a bullet that says address your comments to the mayor. You could address your comments to the mayor saying, member of the public so-and-so was, out of control and, made nonsense. So I think we need to specifically say we need to avoid personalizing, other members of the public. And I'm not sure what the language is.
Okay, thank you. No, that makes sense. So I'll rescind my motion and suggest what was mentioned earlier. Avoid personalizing debate or addressing prior commenters negatively.
I'll second that.
Roll call. I'm sorry, Councilmember, before the roll call, I see one hand raised. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, I don't know, there's a motion on the floor now, so feel free to switch it, but I do think that it is valid and okay for someone to say, Mayor, I believe something that someone said was out of line, and that should be corrected. I absolutely don't think that that is a negative comment. I think that there is like I said, I feel like uniquely I've been, a council member this year who's had a number of statements said about me in public comment that I did not agree to, that mischaracterized me, that was quite highly offensive and continues to be. And at that same time, those moments were not necessarily a time where council members or the mayor checked those people. I didn't feel like it was necessary for me to as well. But what I will say is even in those moments, I think those individuals have the right to have their free speech. I think the intent behind this is to make sure we're saying not to personalize debate, but oftentimes the conversations that we were talking about are personal. Whether it's climate action, whether it's even a procedure, these things are personal. If someone says, for example, Mayor Salimi, I believe that the person who made a comment before me was absolutely, rude and selfish. That is, in my opinion, okay for someone in our public to say, frankly, because we have to, public commenters are allowed to speak their truth and what they experience. I think that what we're trying to refrain from is for, and this is I think the intent behind City Clerk Bell's recommendation around decorum is to talk about those core standards. So just as a solution to what I hear is a problem coming from in the motion, I've seen other mayors in other cities remind public commenters to please state your comments to the mayor, through the mayor. I've seen that be reminded. So saying, for example, if I'm making public comment right now, the mayor may interrupt me and say, hey, Devin from Pinole, I'm the mayor, you need to direct your comments to me and not to anybody out in the public. And I think that has done a lot to ensure that people remain respectful while also having that dissenting conversation. And again, I am fine, and I've experienced this, I am fine with people having differences of opinions, and certainly I'm fine with people personalizing debate, as this is what democracy is about. What I'm not fine doing is saying you can talk good about somebody, but you can't talk bad about somebody. Because there are some things that people say that are actually mischaracterizing others, or mischaracterizing the issue, or frankly, just misinformation and lies, right? And so we have to call that into the democratic process, because those are also valid points, even if we disagree personally. So I wouldn't, basically what I'm saying is I wouldn't support the motion as is, personally, because I think we just need to double down on saying speak to the mayor, speak through the mayor, which I think, I don't know, someone suggested it before, but that's just what my take on it is. And I know someone was asking a question or had another comment as well.
Yeah, thank you. If I may, what I want to emphasize is, and however we word this, is that people need to know, public commenters need to know any comment of theirs is welcome, certainly. But it's not, they're addressing the council or via the mayor or the council members in their entirety. They are not addressing other commenters during public comment, and that we are most interested, of course, in having any public comment, positive or negative, about the city business, not about another individual. So I realize there's kind of two combined ideas there. I appreciate and understand and definitely support. People can say whatever they'd like, but I'd like to emphasize and have people recognize that they are addressing the public comment portion of a meeting like ours is to address the council, not to use public comment as a means necessarily to communicate with another commenter. And I saw that all too often, or heard that all too often during our remote meetings, and certainly allowed that. But I think also the next part of this is, what if a person continues to do that? We have not muted them. I don't know that we would, but that's the unanswered question. What if someone does not behave in the manner that we would consider to be respectful and allowing for debate, etc.?
Mayor, can I offer, I've been reviewing other cities' procedures and language, and I'm trying to come up with something that might help to reconcile the two different competing concepts. So one thing I did see was avoid personal attacks. Perhaps that's something that makes it a little, ups the ante on the type of comment we're all hoping to avoid, both to council and aimed at other members of the public. So that's something to consider. And then we have to remember that this is a framework, and we have to treat each instance we'll in the moment, and that's our proceeding. Our mayor can make those decisions as he sees fit. But I just wanted to offer that as a suggestion, and maybe that would help.
I guess we can add that to the language, avoid personal attack as well. So, Councilmember Martinez, would you like to add that to your motion, avoid personal attacks?
Sure. I'm in a quandary now, because that's also subjective, but I think we all understand what we'd like to have happen.
Yes, I understand it, and it will be at the discretion of the mayor to understand what the limit is. And if I go ahead, Councilman City Attorney Buck.
I was just going to add, this is an expression of the city's, ideals of how public comment should happen. But if members of the public don't choose to follow it, except in, we can remind them of them, but except in, very extreme situations, if they want to ignore them, that is their right, and they can, continue to make their public comment, however rude it might be, except for, a relatively narrow, band of, extreme behavior. So I just want to make sure that expectation is there, not that there's an expectation that if someone's rude, we're going to start muting them or something like that.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, yeah, understood. So I would say, let's leave the statements as they are under decorum with no additional language. And I think we all will try to work together with each other and Mayor, if you would, as best as you can, will attempt to maintain the civility and decorum that I think we would like to have happen. Yeah. So,
thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Are you retrieving your motion? Are you withdrawing your motion?
My motion.
Yes.
I think we've had plenty of discussion, I think, and it will be publicly recorded that our interest is to have public debate that is about city business and not about other people necessarily. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that motion was withdrawn. Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, just real quick, I remember when we, in about 2018, 2019, it was mentioned in, all public comments should be directed at the mayor. Like there was a statement that was there, and I'm not sure if that was taken out or if it's still, but maybe it's something that can be read again so that, when people do public comments that we add that portion back in if it's not, or maybe as a procedure, we read it. Just so that it's clear, and it also gives the mayor and all the public commenters that the mayor may interrupt you and say, please direct all comments to the mayor. I guess as long as we set that expectation that it'll be there, then I think.
Yes, City Clerk, if you could add that language to the agenda that all comments should be addressed directly to the mayor. It used to be there back before, I do remember. I guess we don't have any motions, nothing to vote on. Madam City Clerk, can you please add the language into the agenda? That all comments should be addressed to the mayor directly.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll have to review which section we're talking about where that seems to no longer be there. I know we did adopt norms, which I was just reviewing, that also had some language. So I'll go through and see what I can find on that.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Let's move on to the next item. Next item is related to the sharing the videos on the Zoom. Councilmember Thomas, can you please state the motion here?
I think we already did that one.
No, we haven't done sharing the video on Zoom.
Live stream.
Live stream is
different.
different.
The video.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, that we. I'll move that we, for virtual meetings, that we allow the public to make their comments both with audio and video enabled.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item is related to the structure of the meeting, and I would like to have a discussion and conversation. My suggestion was to separate the closed item session to a different meeting, and we would like to have the closed session meetings not as part of the regular meeting. This can be at any time of the week, just that people do not have to, we don't have to wait so long on those meetings. And another suggestion was to have the presentation and workshop also at a different meeting. That could be the fourth week of the month. And the recognition can also be on a different meeting, which will be the first week of the month. I do understand that City Manager Murray made the comment about staff being there more often. But for instance, recognition does not require the full staff to be here. We don't need to have the entire staff to be here during recognition. If they want to be here just to recognize the colleague, they are more than welcome. But we don't need everybody for recognition to be at the council member presentation. So I believe that if we could separate closed session any day of the week, presentation and workshop on the fourth week of the month, recognition on the first week of the month, and the regular meetings will be on the first and the third Tuesday of the month, will be much easier. Anybody have any comments or suggestion here? Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, just a comment that I see that as a difficult task, and that's simply because staff is preparing agenda items, and so for instance, if they miss the first week of the month to put something on the agenda, they would have to wait till the next for a whole month.
Correction. If we still have the regular meeting on the first and third Tuesday, so they still have the opportunity to have regular meetings on the first and third Tuesday of the month. So this is not going to change. The only thing that will change is related to the closed session, presentation, and recognition.
Right, but the timing of those things isn't always conducive to, the calendar. It's staff puts them on the next available agenda. They may have to take action by a certain date, and I think it's a difficult thing to be able to do. Timing wise, because these agenda items are, they're ready or they're timed. We need to take action at a certain time. And
yes, I understand, Councilmember Thompson. I just want to restate what I'm saying. The regular meetings will still be on a first and third Tuesday. Nothing will change here. The only thing that will change is the closed session meetings. The only thing that will change is the presentation. Presentation, the council does not need to vote on anything. During recognition, the council does not need to vote on anything. So during those meetings for recognition, this is not going to push any item that the staff is working on. During the presentation, I don't believe that it's going to push anything that staff is working on. And the other one is closed session. Closed session can happen, doesn't have to happen during a regular meeting. So when it comes to item that the staff is working on, it's still on the first and third Tuesday of the month like it is right now. I hope that answers your question.
It does, but I still have the concern about sometimes there's closed session items that need to be heard or discussed, on the first or third.
Yes, the closed session can be any days of the week. I don't have specific days for that.
Yeah.
So, Councilmember Thoms, please. Any other comments?
No other comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Thoms. Councilmember Dave.
Yeah, I agree. I think having closed session break, it just that extra closed session step, if needed, right? These are all optional meetings that we can convene. I do have a bit of a concern with, the fact that we sit on other committees, like which day that's going to be. But I think that you're bringing up a good point, is that any chance we can get to have a closed session heavy meeting and try to avoid the first and third our regular meetings, I think that's something that I'd be willing to, and I think we should do, just because it just gives us that additional option. So I'm open to that. And it's an as needed. Presentations, I'm almost wondering if that should be separated, because now we're starting to push, 3 meetings in a week, or you know what I mean? Like how do we do that? Is it one presentation meeting a month?
Yes.
And just kind of consolidate all of those into
as needed. I think as needed, Councilmember Ted, we can have one per month or one every other month if we can have them all at once just for presentation.
If I may just add a practical consideration, we're usually when we're talking about presentations, we're usually talking about presentations by outside presenters. Some of them have busy schedules, so we are very often in a situation where we're going back and forth trying to coordinate schedules with outside presenters. If we are narrowing the number of dates that we're going to have outside presenters, I think if we're telling outside presenters that instead of coming to a council meeting on the first or third Tuesday of the month, you need to come on, they have to be either on the third Tuesday of the month or the fourth Tuesday, whatever it happens to be. I do think that will make it a little harder to schedule some of them. That said, we don't even always have a presentation, at a meeting, so maybe that's not a significant consideration. Regarding the closed session, sometimes we have relatively short closed sessions. So I think the council should consider whether they want to convene a separate special meeting of the city council for a closed session discussion that might only last, 30 minutes. I think we all share the interest in having ample time for closed sessions. And there's nothing wrong with having, special date certain meetings for closed sessions, but I don't know that every closed session necessitates a special meeting because some of them don't last an hour. So that's for you all to consider.
Thank you, City Manager Murray, but I think that's a decision that probably staff will have to make. If you felt like a closed session might last more than 1 hour, you may want to suggest us to meet in a different meeting. At your discretion.
Okay, well, I hear that as something quite different from the council changing its procedures to establish that all closed sessions will be at special meetings, be heard at special meetings that are not regular meeting dates. So I think that's that certainly wouldn't be my suggestion. I mean, I would certainly strive for us to get to a place in the deliberations in closed session that they can be done expeditiously at regular meeting dates. An aside that is occurring to me as we're talking about this, the regular meeting dates, the City Council, are actually established in the municipal code, not in the City Council meeting procedures. So we do have a two-step process for the adoption of these City Council meeting procedures, the way the City Council has historically done it. You discuss them kind of like the council assignments. You have a discussion about it. You direct staff essentially to update the resolution, and then these any changes to the procedures come back at the next council meeting for ratification. But it wouldn't be possible to change the regular meeting dates of the City Council through this process. It would need to be an ordinance that would go through that regular process. That's something I don't think that I don't think staff had mentioned that previously during this discussion, but for something for you all to be aware of. So again,
thank you. Yes, my suggestion is not to change the regular meetings. The regular meeting will still remain on the first and the third Tuesday. My suggestion is just to take the regular meetings as they stand on the first and third Tuesday of the month and just take off the closed session presentation and recognition of those regular meetings so that we just get to go to a regular meeting only.
But a regular meeting doesn't, it has a special meaning in this sense. It means a recurring regular meeting time and date. So if the City Council wants to have a meeting every second Tuesday of the month, even if the agenda is focused on presentations, that I believe would be considered a regular meeting because it's a recurring, ongoing meeting. So again, that would need to be, and Assistant City Attorney Mogg, you can jump in and comment that as you'd like. So it doesn't specifically relate to the agenda content. It's that it's a regular recurring event.
That's correct. If the council wants to establish that every second Tuesday is going to be a meeting about X, that's a regular meeting that should be noted, and the code should be changed to reflect that. If it's the council's desire just that, occasionally when there's heavy closed session items, there's going to be a special closed session meeting called, that can just be called as a special meeting, since the goal there is not for it to be a regular, recurring, scheduled event.
Thank you. I don't have any other comments. I don't have any. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. I wasn't sure whether we have a motion on the floor or not, but I would favor keeping the schedule as it is. I think the interest was to separate closed session from regular meeting, and for some reason I didn't understand, so I missed that part of the discussion. I think we ought to, if need be, we meet earlier as we have, as we did today, and as we're likely going to meet in a couple more meetings, earlier on the regularly scheduled meeting date of the council meeting for closed session items. So no change. And I would not favor additional meetings simply because, well, I missed the rationale behind that. So, it's kind of, I think, comparable to earlier discussion about workshops. There's a reason that determines that we ought to have a different format than the regular council meeting. Then we'll go into a different kind of approach to get together. But again, that's a matter of getting to the point where, what's the purpose? Why are we meeting at all? What are we aiming to get out of it? Does it justify the expense involved in having staff time as well as council members' time to meet yet again? Is it a matter of us not being prepared and already? Perhaps something that would be helpful with regard to closed sessions is that to the best that we can, and this also requires staff to prepare us and provide us the documents that we need to be prepared, perhaps not on the day of a closed session, but again, striving to do as best as they can to give us a couple of days to review those documents so that we are prepared. And that's not to say that the emails and not get to the documents. That's a matter. That's about us being responsible enough to look forward in anticipation of receiving documents from staff on days that we get accustomed to the pattern, the rhythm, the timing of when those reports are going to come, so that we look for them, prepare ourselves, and are ready to go into closed session. And in closed session, we deliberate up until 7 p.m. and proceed. No extra meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. I hear what everybody is saying. We will have a very busy agenda this year. And based on my experience from 2018 or 2019, we were trying to look at putting a lot of items on the agenda for people to vote or people to have participation from the public. I know that meeting 2 times per month was not enough, and a lot of time people from the public were complaining about things being thrown at them and not understanding what was happening. And also, when we had important decision to make this year, and you'll be surprised about just on having 2 meetings per month would not be enough, because a lot of time the consultant would not be ready, or one study is being pushed out. And if we as a council, we just limit ourselves meeting 2 times per month, a lot of the decision would be delayed, and a lot of things we were trying to accomplish this year would not be enough. We have to keep on top of our game and be able to make decisions fast in a proactive way. It's not that the staff is not ready, it's that we as a council cannot be successful this year making so many important decisions if you're just meeting twice per month on important issues, and half of the time is being taken away from closed session, recognition, and presentation. And we're not starting to talk about the real business until 10 p.m. It's just my suggestion. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, would you have any comments?
No, we don't.
Councilmember Tave, please.
Yeah, just looking at this, the city manager and the mayor are the ones that set the agenda, right? And I mean, is it something that can be managed at that point where, we may front load closed session items and try to push those to the first meeting of the month, and then, a lighter agenda? I mean, is there a way to do that, or is it really we're just taking things as they come in? I mean, is there a way to, and city manager, I mean, I know that's a very vague question, right? But what I'm trying to get at is there a way to try to, I guess, manage this to a point where, and then have that lever to pull when we see a forecast or a forecasted agenda just getting more and more items, or anticipated to have more and more items. How does that play out between the mayor and the city manager, and how is that organized?
So yeah, there's a lot of collaboration on setting the agenda. The fact of the matter is we have a lot of business that we want to undertake. I do think we're working through a bit of a backlog. So we have had, certainly over the time that I've been here, including some extenuating circumstances like COVID, we've had more agenda items due to some catch up than I think we will have on a regular ongoing basis. So we have had some long meetings. Part of that, and staff, and I have to acknowledge and credit the city clerk with checking us internally and helping us agendize what's a reasonable number of items. But most of the items on every agenda are those that we think we want, we feel like we need timely input from council on. So the number of agenda items is just one component of a meeting's length. There's the length of the comments, questions, and deliberation is another factor. Also the length of presentation. So I think some of our really long meetings have been due to really long presentations. We've been more direct in providing presenters with a direction on the time limit we'd like to see them observe, and I think that's been pretty effective. So again, all in all, I think that our meetings in the latter half of this year have been fairly efficient and succinct, and I don't think there's a structural issue with them. I do think, we might be able to defer some items, but we do have a lot of business to conduct. If we conduct it efficiently, I think it's, I think meeting twice per month is adequate. I do think we can all take steps in our different roles of participating in meetings to make sure that they're expeditious. And I think, people have done that over the course of the year. The meetings have gotten more efficient, and I think reasonably so. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
Can I just, Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to just weigh in a little bit on the issue of additional meetings. So one thing I think is important to keep in mind as you consider any changes is the public's access to our meetings. Essentially a lot of the work that is legally required every time the council meets, notice to the public, posting agendas, just keeping all of that piece in mind is that when we do schedule our meetings, we want to make sure that, these are at times where the public can attend. I heard the idea about lumping presentations together in once a month or once every 2 months, but the public might not be able to sit, and watch a whole full day's worth of presentations, although they might be interested in the subject matter. So as a city clerk, these are the things that I'm sort of thinking through as we talk through, adjustments to meeting schedule, just making sure we're considering the timing and the access and, just the transparency piece around how we approach this. And then for closed sessions, because I'm hearing a lot about the time that closed sessions, that's come up multiple times this evening. That's something we haven't done very much, is schedule a special meeting for a closed session if we anticipate it's going to be a couple of hours. I mean, doing that here and there every now and then to manage our meeting length, I think is something that's a fairly common practice, and that is something that we can manage, administratively, without taking closed sessions entirely off our regular meeting agenda. So, if we have an hour's worth on our regular meeting, but we have this, heavy or 2 or 3 heavy items, we can always schedule a special meeting for just specifically for closed session items. So just something else to consider.
Thank you. I think that concludes our conversation here, unless anybody else has something. Does anybody want to make a motion, or do you just want to move on?
I'll make a motion. I think that we keep the first and third meeting with closed session on it, and provide just direction to the city manager to, if we need to have that special closed session, to plan accordingly. I mean, is that enough to say that let's leave that as an option, or is it something that's already an option?
That's always an option to us already.
Oh, okay. Well, then we don't really need a motion. Awesome. Withdraw.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Taylor.
I will add one caveat to that, because I think, and maybe Assistant City Attorney wants to weigh in on this. There are certain things that can't be approved at a special meeting. They have to be regular meetings, but I think for the most part, it's still a tool that we can use to schedule outside of a regular meeting. But I do want to mention that legally there are some requirements around where agenda items have to be placed.
Yeah, there are some things that can't be approved at a regular meeting, but that mostly constrains what can and can't be done during an open session. And for the most part, wouldn't constrain special meetings for closed sessions.
Right. So I think we can have special meetings on off regular dates for most items. As Assistant City Attorney Maud mentioned, I don't think that's a constraint on closed session generally.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next item, which is Councilmember Tave. You talk about council meeting type. Or do we just cover it?
I'm sorry, say it again.
You talked about council meeting types.
Oh no! What I was looking for was language further defining study. You know, like like when we do workshops versus study sessions. That was what it's just to kind of see if there's anything out there to further define what those two are and what the differences might be.
So, and staff would be happy to draft that language and incorporate it into a revised version of the procedures if that were council's direction. So, yeah, I think somebody would need to make a motion directing staff to draft some language like that.
So motion to add language further defining workshops versus study sessions to be added to our policy.
Any second? Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
No.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item is the ADAC and reporting. Councilmember Tave.
If I may, I'll mention that I think based on what I heard during the discussion and the kind of intent, I do think that the existing agenda item, City Council reports and communications, I mean, I really think that's partially, that's intended to be an area where council members can report out on all sorts of, actions of all of the committees to which they're assigned, including council committees. If it's a question of having a committee by committee report out, I think, you might add an agenda item, but I think it's very common for council members in other jurisdictions to report out then. And during this, reports from council members on committee assignments, and maybe it requires a coordination between the two council members who serve on a subcommittee to decide who's going to provide an update on the latest activities of that subcommittee. But my understanding of this item that we already have on the agenda is that's intended to be a place for that. I would ask City Clerk Bell if that's consistent with her understanding of that item.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and I have no problem with drawing that. I just wanted to see if there was an appetite to have something a little bit more formal. Doesn't seem like there wasn't too much discussion on, so I don't have a problem with drawing.
Thank you. So no more motion on the table. That, I believe, concludes item 11A. Thank you. Now it's almost 9:52 p.m., almost 10. I would like to ask a question to City Manager Andrew Murray. Item 11B and 11C, are there any decisions that need to be made in a specific time frame that are required to be made tonight?
There are not. There are no legal requirements related to the timeline, and so these are items that we could continue if council members have. So that's certainly an option. I was going to ask that staff be brief in providing its presentations and responses, but there's, these both of these items can be deferred to continue to a later meeting if the council would like.
I would like to ask the rest of the council if they wish to continue on those items, or would they like to postpone it to a different meeting? Councilmember Martinez Rubin, please.
I'd like to continue. Otherwise, we're going to end up with these items at the next meeting. We don't know what those items are going to be, but no doubt we're going to need the time for those as well.
Councilmember Toms.
I'm interested at least in providing some comments on this item.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's ready for approval yet, but I'd like to provide some comments.
Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, I'd like to hear this out. I think that we've had something similar in the past. The gift card's a little bit more than what we've done, and yeah, I'm interested in hearing the presentation and hopefully moving this forward.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I'd like to at least discuss both of them, and hopefully we can create some decision points today too. Excuse me.
Thank you, no problem. So we'll continue. Let's try to be efficient and go to the point and be productive here. 11B, program guidelines and application for small business assistance grant program. Director Gilroy, please go ahead. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I'll give a brief report of this item. As you mentioned already, this is an extension of the original Small Business Assistance Program that was launched in January of this calendar year. So staff is just looking for your input and direction on moving forward with the second round of funding for the program. So as I mentioned, we started with the Small Business Assistance Program in January. There was an allocation of $100,000 from the general fund reserves, or what we call unassigned fund balance. And 76 businesses received grant awards at that time in the amount of $1,316 each. With Pinole's allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act funding, I'm sorry, next slide, please, and one more, thank you. Thank you. The City of Pinole received an allocation of $4.6 million, and from that, the City Council at the second ARPA workshop on November 9th or November 6th approved an allocation of $300,000 from that funding source to fund the second round of a business assistance program. And the proposal is to fund up to 100 businesses in the amount of $3,000 each. Next slide. So the program guidelines are pretty much the same. There were only a couple of changes that I will discuss as we go through the presentation. But for the most part, the amount changed. So there, it increased from 100,000 up to the 300,000. The use of the grant funds is pretty much the same for disruptions caused by the required closures due to COVID-19. The businesses must meet the eligibility criteria that I'll discuss in a moment, and then also submit a completed and signed application form and supporting documentation. And I just want to note that city staff did consult with the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce to get input on the program guidelines as well as the application, and they were able to provide some good insight on the feedback that they received from the last round of the program. Next slide, please. So eligibility criteria is just about the same. One of the items that was modified was the second point, which is the cutoff date for when the business should have been in or should have been established. So during the first round, the cutoff date was March of 2020, that they would have had to be in business to apply for the program. We are proposing a later cutoff date. And again, the chamber agreed with this. And that's because there were some businesses that were established following the onset of COVID-19. And with some of the prolonged impacts, they're feeling some of those challenges as well. And so we are proposing to push that date back to accommodate some of those. Everything else is pretty much the same as far as the number of employees and being in compliance with laws. And of course, they need to demonstrate that they experienced some economic loss due to COVID-19 and be a for-profit business. Next slide. And then again, this is just the rest of the criteria. The only difference is the third point here, which is the previous round did not allow local franchises to be eligible for the program. Again, ran this by the chamber, and they also agreed that we should modify this one to include those that are headquartered outside of Pinole but may own a franchise locally, because some of them did or were negatively impacted, and also qualify as small businesses if we look at the number of employees and if we also look at revenue generation. They fall under the category of a small business. The only difference is they're part of a franchise. And the other businesses that are eligible remain the same. Next slide. And actually, before I go into the timeline, I just wanted to point out that there is a question that we are proposing to add to the application. And that question is whether the business is a women-owned or minority-owned enterprise. That will be used only for statistical purposes. It does not determine eligibility, and it'll also be voluntary. So they can decide to indicate that or not. But that will be added to the application. So in terms of rolling the program out, this is the proposed timeline. That's also in the staff report. You have the draft guidelines and application form before you tonight, and staff is asking for your input and direction on that. We will then incorporate those changes and finalize both the guidelines and the application form and get those rolled out. We will be working with the chamber on the outreach. So in addition to our normal channels that we've used in the past, they will also agree to help us with doing some face-to-face interactions with their membership to make sure that everyone is aware and to market and promote the program for those members that are part of the chamber. Once we receive the applications back, we'll notify them of if they are eligible and or will receive a grant and for what amount it'll be in, and then we are targeting February 16th to get the checks mailed out to those who will be awarded a grant. And next slide. So some of the next steps will be to just incorporate the City Council directed changes that we'll hear tonight, finalize the guidelines and application forms, start conducting the research or the outreach, and then distribute the applications and get the program going early next calendar year. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Finance Director Aguilar, and thank you for waiting until 10 p.m. I would ask the City Council to be with and go to their main question. Question from the Council, please. Councilmember Thoms, go ahead. You're unmuted, Councilmember Thoms.
Sorry about that. I don't have questions, I have comments. Do you want me to go now or wait? And you're muted.
I'm muted now. I will come back to you, Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you.
Thank you. May we also ask if the applicant is a veteran? So we also have that bit of demographic information from applicants. Thank you. And I have comments about asking the question about minority-owned business.
Okay, I will come back to the comments. Councilmember Tave?
No questions?
No question. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, do you have any questions, sir?
Yeah, just two questions. One is in regards to the evaluation process. I know you mentioned there was, Dr. Giller, I know you mentioned you had spoken with the Bayfront Chamber. I was just wondering if there was a formal evaluation process or survey from the first round of applications outside of that, of connecting with the chamber.
I'll answer that if I may, which is, no, we didn't have a formal evaluation process. Director Guillory wasn't involved in the design and implementation of the first round, which happened soon after she arrived at the city. I worked on that with Ms. Stone, our deputy city clerk, and we didn't go through a formal evaluation process. We did listen throughout the year and during the implementation of the program about to the feedback that participants provided, and that's has informed some elements of the program design, particularly the in business as of date. We wanted to make sure that we were including people who, for whatever reason, have entered business during these challenging times, and also recognizing that there's varying levels of support that's provided by corporate headquarters to locally owned franchises. And as I think we've heard at a couple city council meetings, there are some locally owned franchises that are essentially operating as independent small businesses. And so having considered that matter further, or proposing that those be eligible if they meet the small business criteria for participation.
Okay. And then my second question was just regarding the section that says eligibility confirmation by Pinole Police Department and Code Enforcement Division. I was unclear of the paragraph framing. So what I'm seeing here is that if someone is basically, for example, behind on code enforcement, they may not be eligible. Is there a way for someone to apply, or a business owner to apply to this program, find out they are, I don't know, maybe they have fees that they owe or something like that, and have a pending status that would stop them from being a part of the process to be considered if they were, for example, to address whatever issue they had? I just want to make sure that no one falls into, they have trouble from COVID, they're applying to this grant, it's almost like this kind of cycle of the whole, I guess. And I'm just wondering, can we mitigate that? I'm also wanting to be clear about the language there.
If I may, Director Guillory, I'll take a crack at that, and then you can add anything that you'd like. So if council so directs, staff is happy to implement a process like that. I think the sentiment behind that is we want to be supporting businesses that have been, good community members and contributors. That said, code enforcement is quite a complex matter, and so people can encounter code enforcement challenges for a number of reasons. So if that's not part of the program design right now, essentially right now, as part of the eligibility screening, we would check with code enforcement and the police department to find out whether there have been any recent issues with these businesses. And if there have, they wouldn't be eligible. But if council would like to direct staff this evening, we can include a reconciliation timeline, essentially. And we had something similar to that regarding business licenses during the original round. So to get your check in the end, you need to have a current business license. But due to financial hardship, there might have been some businesses that let their business licenses lapse. And so that didn't disqualify you. You had the opportunity to go back and pay for your business license and then receive a check. So I think we could do something if council so directed, similar related to code enforcement issues.
Great, okay, wonderful. And I guess I'll suggest that during the deliberation.
Thank you, Council Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. I will turn now to City Clerk to ask if we have any comments from the public, and I would ask the public to be brief in consideration of our time and everybody else. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, we do have a public comment. Rafael Menace.
Mr. Menace, please go ahead.
And I'll be brief here. With regards to the, I believe, optional questions with regards to veteran status, race, minority status, gender, and so on and so forth, like sort of demographic assessment of the various candidates. How is the city going to flag that as being optional? Because when you have basically a demographic assessment and you also have the separate item in the survey, oh, and by the way, if you apply for this process, we're going to be taking a really close look at your business just to make sure that everything's on the up and up before we grant you any money. That could lead some people to say, well, why are they asking for our demographic information? Is it going to be to target me for some reason? So I think it's important to make it clear that it's optional and that it's not being used as a decision-making factor here, separate from the whole make sure you're good with the police department and code enforcement. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Menace. Mr. City Manager Murray, would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that. So we share the same concern that we don't want anybody to be concerned that the information would be used in any way that would disadvantage them. So we will certainly have a statement on the application making it clear that it's completely voluntary and we're collecting it for data purposes. We're actually, due to the passage of a proposition in this state, we're not allowed to make determinations of public benefits based on ethnicity and gender. And so we, for other purposes, need to make it really clear in this application that that's not an element of the eligibility screening. We do have, in the same way that we can ask people to volunteer information regarding whether they're a minority or women business enterprise, we can also ask about veteran status, so we can add that as well.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, City Manager Murray. I will turn back to the council for comments. Councilmember Thomas, please.
Yes, thank you. So when we had the workshop and discussed this item, I had stated that I thought it was prudent that we have sort of a sliding scale where the grant amounts would vary depending on the size of the business, the number of employees, and that sort of thing. You know, if somebody had to, you know, get a health department permit, that might be something that, you know, we could take into consideration and increase their grant amount based on that. Or, you know, we charge different amounts on the business licenses depending on how many employees they have. So we can sort of use that as, you know, a determining factor on the grant amount. And the reason I bring that up is because if you have a self-employed person doing personal services, and you might have, you know, 10 stations in a salon, each of those stations would be eligible for a $3,000 grant, where you have a single business that has 10 employees, they're only eligible for $3,000. What I'm hearing from some of the restaurants is that their supply costs are going up because of inflation. They're having to pay their employees more just to get employees. And you know, so I think we need to look at this as sort of a pro rata, really based on the number of employees, and then take into consideration other required licenses, and, you know, have a sliding scale for the grant amounts. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas brought up some important questions here and comments. Can staff please address them?
Sure. Director Guillory, would you like to address them? I'm also happy to.
Yes, so during the ARPA workshop, there were a number of ideas that came about at that time, and I think one of the proposals that seemed to have came out on top was the $3,000 across the board, across the board for up to 100 businesses. In addition to that, when we were comparing or looking at the alternative of issuing varying amounts, we figured that 3,000 was probably a safe spot, and again, working with the chamber on that as well in terms of loss, because we were pretty confident in saying that there weren't many businesses that probably experienced a loss less than $3,000. And so we were comfortable with using that as the threshold for the businesses across the board. And so that's how we came up with this proposal.
And I'll say that to the extent that this mimics the earlier version, we wanted to do something simple. You know, it was a small amount of money, $1,000 during the first round. There was really no risk that we were going to be compensating people for an amount that was greater than their losses. We also wanted to keep the application process really simple by not requesting too much documentation. In discussing this $3,000 amount with Sylvia at the chamber, she did mention that it's still a relatively small amount, and we don't want to, we risk, inhibiting program participation if we ask for too much documentation. So I think the sentiment is we want to provide assistance to those who most need it. I don't think we really have all that much information about the correlation between the number of employees and a business's economic loss. There are all sorts of different factors there, so I don't think that I'm just not aware of a strict correlation that I think we is persuasive about the number of employees. You could have a much larger firm that's doing much better because of, for all sorts of reasons, the line of business they're in. So for practical reasons, I do think having a sliding scale based on the magnitude of somebody's economic loss as a percentage basis is the most sensible possibly. I mean, a raw amount, let's say one business loses $10,000. Well, if they're a huge business, that might represent a small share and kind of a drop in the bucket. So I don't think the raw amount of a business's loss. I think the best standard would be loss as a percentage. We would have to figure out what that means, and staff's happy to take a crack at that. We wouldn't have an opportunity to give council another look at this until our next council meeting, which is some time off. It also, we intentionally had a very a limited review process during the application screening last time, where we required people to describe their economic losses. I think a similar approach is appropriate too, again, given the limited amount of money. I don't want them to have to furnish too much documentation to substantiate their loss, because again, I don't want to create additional hardship. So we're really happy to do whatever council would like. But I will say that if we, need to come up with a new scheme for a sliding scale and bring it back to council, there isn't going to be an opportunity to do that for a number of weeks. So that's a consideration for council to weigh.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Councilmember Thomas, that is answer your question.
It does, but I don't really think that it addresses the impact. I have talked to a lot of 3 different restaurant operators in Old Town, and because they have more employees, and I'm sort of comparing, if somebody has a business license and operates a haircutting station, and somebody has a restaurant that has 10 employees, their benefit grant would be the same amount. And they don't pay the same amount for their business license. That's on a sliding scale. So I'm looking at can we do some kind of pro rata grant amount, sort of based on the same pro rata amount that we charge for business licenses, at least?
Sure, although I don't know the origin of the business license framework, and that's really just, is a mechanism for taxing. So I don't know that really, in most cases, we're really interested in leveraging existing frameworks to be able to implement our programs. I mean, Frank, I guess, so if council would like us to go back and come back with a proposal for a sliding scale, we're happy to do so. We're happy to look at the business license framework as a starting point. I do want to mention again, we don't know anything about the revenue side of these businesses' operations, so it's hard to say what their economic losses are, irrespective of what their cost structure is.
Right, but something that is public knowledge is, for instance, if they have to get a health permit, they're getting a health permit from the county. That's public agency expense. Can we figure out how much that is, and then add that to the reimbursement? I've heard from restaurants that had to close last year, but they still had to renew their health permits. And then the fact that it's hard to find employees, and these small businesses are having to increase their hourly wages, which is great for the employees, but it's really hard for their bottom line. So they're trying to make ends meet and stay in business. Whereas if you have a single, individual who works, that is just the self-employed individual, they're getting the same amount as somebody who's got all of these other expenses.
Yeah, I understand, and we're happy to do whatever council would like. If you'd like us to work up some sort of a prorated or tiered system, we're happy to do that. We would want to know whether council wants us to return at a future meeting to get approval of that, or if you want us to be able to implement the program sooner. If you just want us to come up with something and roll with it with some basic direction, just let us know what you'd like us to do.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Thoms. I understand what you're saying. I'm a business owner, so I kind of understand what you're trying to say here. As a business owner, I got what they call the Triple P, the Payroll Protection Program. There was a federal loan, a grant that was granted based on the number of employees that I had. And this was on a sliding scale. And there was a federal loan, and businesses received anything between, I think it was below 150,000, you're in one category, above $150,000, you're a different category, and so on. That was on a scalable based on the number of employees you had at a specific time during the COVID-19 disaster. However, there's also all the type of grant that the Small Business Administration provides also. One of them is called, if I remember correctly, the Economic Injury Disaster Law, the EIDL loan, the EIDL, and they also have something called for disaster. And they are administering it right now to small businesses. And the deadline, I believe, is December 31st for anybody to apply for it. And this is not based on the scale level anymore, but any businesses that had some financial issues can get up to $10,000. And I think it's $10,000, and there's no sliding scale here, if my memory recalls correctly. And this is the type of loan that I believe the city of Pinole is trying to provide, up to $3,000. We don't have the means to be able to go on a sliding scale. If we were to go on a sliding scale, that means the big businesses would get 3,000 and the small one would be getting what, 500? I understand what you're trying to do here, but we don't have, I don't think we have the means to be able to do the sliding scale, because we just don't have, $300,000 is not much. If we had probably 300 million, then we could probably go to the sliding scale. That was just my comment to your comments here. But I know that the SBA is doing 10,000 right now, and there's no sliding scale just because it's a small loan amount, a grant. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I concur with your comments, Mayor. You know, this is $3,000 for a solopreneur versus someone who has employees. Well, first of all, they have a different business model to begin with. So we're not attempting to remedy all the economic losses. We're providing a grant, and so it's small enough that I think keeping it simple and in a way assisting a solopreneur differently than the need that could be satisfied with a larger amount by a different type of business. We're not going to be able to do that. So I would support the design as is, and I want to appreciate staff for having outlined what they did. So I have some comments about the application. As I read the application, there are some things that I'm interpreting in several ways. So I'm thinking that if I offer some suggestions about them, that maybe we can clarify a little bit more. So on Exhibit B, that's part of the packet, I believe is what it is. Yeah, it's a draft. So I'm going through the application, and I see on the first page mention of independent contractor. Contractor, as defined by IRS, includes other than people who are associated with construction, which I think is the general or colloquial expression for contractor. So I want to make sure that you know what it is that we mean there. With date established, are we talking about the date, if there is a business with multiple, I'm thinking about the franchises, and I'm not sure that there are going to be business applicants that have more than one location, but if they do have more than one location in Pinole, are we talking about date of the oldest business or the most recent business established, or does it matter? Then I'm going to go on to the second page of the application. And that's where there's that other additional information optional and more language to be inserted there to be made clear that these are optional responses and we're collecting simply for statistical purposes. So let's see. I think perhaps at some point there's a question about if you are franchised if you received funding from other sources, I believe we wanted to know if those other resources available to franchises, if they were used at all. And I don't think we get at it in the application. So if an applicant is a franchise, did they receive funding, yes or no, from other sources? Let's see if I can find that question. I think we want to find out if they applied at all, which is not being asked. The question is your business if your business is an independently owned franchise, have you received any corporate assistance, yes or no? But did they apply at all? I think is one question that could precede this one. And if yes, et cetera, as you have it there.
Okay, so to make it comparable to what we did, so we did something similar for the prior section about other forms of public assistance. So yes, no, did not apply, might be the yes. Regarding the corporate assistance. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. And at somewhere here, there's a mention of indicate date of stay-at-home orders. Something about stay-at-home orders. And frankly, we had so many, I don't know if it matters which one, or whether we want to have something that reminds someone, the applicant, about which stay-at-home order we're referring to, if it matters at all, or any. And with regard to the question about minority-owned business, I want to make certain that we're not, or I want to clarify that we're not talking about California state-certified minority-owned business. We simply want to get at whether at least 51% was owned or controlled by, at this definition, very general, by a U.S. citizen, either Asian, Black, Hispanic, or Native American. Because when we start going into the certification definitions, the design doesn't work because there's a 6-month time period that is also part of that certification definition by the state, and we're not going by that. And I think
I think I would have to ask the city attorney here, because I think the state of California does not qualify minority-owned. Cities do qualify minority-owned business, but for minority-owned business such as diversity-owned business, that's a federal government, and it's called the DBE, and it's done at the federal level. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the city is just collecting demographic information here. It's not trying to qualify people as DBEs or and under any of those definitions that may be relevant for federal contracting. So it's just simply collecting self-identified demographic information.
Exactly, yes. And somewhere here on the application, there's a deadline, and I'm wondering if close of business is understood universally, but I don't believe it is. So do we want to put a 5 p.m. deadline or a midnight deadline? Pacific time. Thank you. Okay.
I was going to ask, is that Pacific time or Eastern time?
right. So I think that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, I was just going to make a quick comment. I agree with Councilmember Thomas because they came up about stratifying that aid, but we did talk a little briefly about this being something that we get out to our business owners as soon as possible. I know that it's going to take some staff time to help with that stratification, but I think when we get to item C, we'll see that gift card program, I think, will naturally, based on the business's ability to market based as their customer base, will somewhat intuitively, I'm guessing, stratify out that aid that comes out. Something like a coffee shop might only have the $25 card versus buying the $500 card. So I think we might see some stratification there that somewhat addresses what Councilmember Thomas was mentioning, because it was a concern of mine as well. But I think item C will help with that for our businesses. But that was my only comment, and I'm ready to make a motion to approve if we're accepting.
I would like to hear from Mayor Pro Tem Murphy before we make a motion, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I think most of my comments have been integrated into some of the other council members. I do want to just amplify a question I had around the eligibility confirmation. And I think City Manager Murray, you had expressed I don't know if it was a desire or intent to kind of just make sure that was, I guess I just wanted to make sure, can you confirm what we can do to just ensure that we don't stop someone from being eligible, but maybe hold them into a pending status if they were able to, I think you said a certain term, but basically having a pending status if someone found out, for example, that they, were behind and maybe they just had an opportunity to complete their application, if you will.
Yes, I think it would essentially be a little bit of a grace period while somebody addresses whatever pending code issue there is. And we would give them some certain timeline to make, to demonstrate progress on that. So I think that's, that's a simple enough matter to implement if the council would like us to do that.
Okay, and I just want to reiterate that I actually really appreciate the intent behind that inclusion. I didn't want to remove that. I just wanted to specify, whether it's 3, 4, 7 days of grace period that someone has, just to ensure they have that space to follow up. And do you have a recommendation, City Manager Murray, on that? I'm happy to make the motion. I just didn't know what time frame you were thinking.
I don't have one off the top of my head. I think if City Council just provides that direction, we'll operationalize it in a way that's sensible. If you simply provide direction that we offer a grace period.
Wonderful. So I'll motion to include in the eligibility confirmation by PPD and Code Enforcement Division that we also integrate a 7-day grace period for applicants who need to complete their application, if you will.
If I may, I would suggest we leave the grace period a little more open-ended. I'm not sure that 7 days will be enough. You can imagine just a couple days of back and forth about what's due and making the payment or whatever it happens to be. So I think that's okay.
So I'll nix the 7 days and just say an inclusion of a grace period.
You made a motion? A second? Any second?
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Can't we have discussion before we vote?
Discussion, please.
Yes, thank you. So I am thinking about the process. I think we essentially want somebody to conform and be, have everything in order to be eligible to receive these public funds. I'm also thinking about the length of time it takes to go through the entire process of meeting a code enforcement violation. That can take, correct me staff here, but I think it can take a couple of months between the time someone gets notice at all and then I think it's the procedure or due process that they have to go through for that to be taken care of, for the problem to be addressed. So just that thought occurred to me. So maybe we leave it to staff to determine, but I'm thinking that there can be some people who are hanging on for 2-3 months before they actually do anything. And I don't know if that's problematic or not.
So, I don't consider it a problem. I don't think there, frankly, are going to be all that many cases like this. We know this small business community from having gone through this effort the first time. There might be a small number of cases of people who are flagged in the eligibility review because they have a code enforcement issue. And then I think we can work with them. And if at the end of the day, they can't resolve their issue in a reasonable period of time, they don't get the $3,000. And I think I'm not too worried about. I think we'll be able to find a workable solution to at least try and help those businesses succeed.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I see none, so please roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
If I may, the Councilmember Martinez Rubin did suggest some modifications to the application. I don't think staff has any objections to any of those. I don't know if council wants to vote on those or by consensus, everybody thinks those modifications are fine. Let us know how you'd like to proceed to provide us with direction about that.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin, please provide direction.
Let's just ask if anyone objects to any of the suggestions I made.
I don't. Does any of the council members make a comment or objection to Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
No.
None? No? No. Councilmember Thomas, none? Okay. No objection here. So can those comments be included into a...
Yes, we'll do.
Do we have any other comments or motion that needs to be addressed here? Councilmember Thomas? Murphy?
No.
Councilmember Tave?
No,
Okay, Martinez Rubin, we're all good. So, City Clerk, can you please state that we are good on those items?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that concludes item 11B. Let's move on to item 11C, program design considerations for community digital gift card pilot program. Ms. Wallen, good evening. Welcome. Thank you for waiting until 10:35.
Of course. Good evening, Mayor Salimi, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, council members, staff, and any community members who are still hanging on here. I am Lily Whalen, your Community Development Director. I'll be talking tonight about staff recommendations for the design and implementation of the Pinole Community Digital Gift Card Pilot Program. Next slide, please. By way of background, in October and November of this year, the City Council held workshops to discuss how to appropriate the $4.6 million Pinole was allocated as a part of the 2021 American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. Council decided to allocate in part $100,000 to a community gift card program to provide assistance to businesses and also aid households in need. Next slide, please. First, what is a community gift card program? There's been an increased interest in these types of programs by local jurisdictions during the coronavirus pandemic to both stimulate the local economy and provide some additional savings to residents in need while shopping locally. Community gift card programs allow anyone to purchase gift cards that are only accepted at local businesses. These programs are designed to promote local businesses, encourage shopping and dining at local businesses, and also incentivize residents to resume and continue their patronage of local businesses. Many vendors that support this program also allow local jurisdictions to provide program subsidization in the form of a bonus gift campaign. For example, a city may offer to add to the value of a gift card in order to incentivize the community's interest in the program. These subsidy programs offer additional motivation for community members to shop locally and ensure that their dollars stay in the community, all while saving a little money on local goods and services. And this in turn generates additional sales revenue for local businesses. Next slide, please. A community gift card program can be a substantial component of a buy local campaign, sometimes known as a shop local or buy independent campaigns. These programs educate consumers about the economic and social advantages that independent and local businesses bring to a community. Studies have shown that for every dollar spent at a small business, 67 cents stays in the local community, as opposed to large chain developments where about 44 cents stay in the local community. Many shop local programs also in turn educate the public about the many benefits to a community that shopping small and local provides, and some of those benefits are on this slide here. Next slide, please. The recommended program design for the pilot program in Pinole was developed with the input provided from the local business and community member survey, which found that assistance to businesses as well as aid to households in need was desired. The goal of aiding local businesses would be accomplished through a shop local campaign, whereby community gift cards can be spent at a curated list of merchants in Pinole. This campaign would involve partnership with a marketing professional and the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce, in addition to the use of ARPA funds to provide financial incentives for customers to purchase gift cards and to cover the vendor fees that support the program. A substantial benefit to all community members who purchase digital cards during the pilot program is more purchasing power at their local retailers, restaurants, and personal service providers. Additionally, the goal of helping households in need would be accomplished through an additional needs-based discount on community gift cards. This portion of the program could involve reaching out to the target population who could benefit from the program through a special communication campaign. Next slide, please. In terms of the vendor, city staff researched and interviewed 3 different community gift card platforms and believe that Yifty is the best platform for Pinole's pilot program for a variety of reasons. Yifty is a Bay Area company that began in 2012 and currently operates community gift card programs throughout the nation and in communities local to Pinole in the Bay Area. Similar to other gift card program vendors, the fees collected by Yifty to support the program are not paid by participating merchants or the city, but are paid by the purchaser of the gift card, the consumer. Yifty pays credit card processing costs on the purchase, and therefore there's not an added cost to merchants in terms of paying for the service and distribution channels. They also have a customer service portals with how-to videos, some FAQs, and they also manage the gift card activity. They also send monthly reminders to gift card holders to spend their gift cards, and they also send special reminders about upcoming expiration deadlines for use of their gift cards in addition to any bonus gift card funds. And then lastly, Yifty offers a feature for merchants to define special offers independent of any city incentive. So a business, for example, could drive business by having a 2-for-1 lattes afternoon promotion that would be independent of the city promotion. Next slide, please. In terms of financial support for the program, staff recommends that the allocation for $100,000 in ARPA monies include the following. And so first, it would be funding the $1 per card and 5% of the purchase amount, which is the delivery fee. And then there's also a $1 per bonus gift fee. And this is recommended in order to eliminate that deterrent for gift card purchasers. And the table on this slide shows how Yifty's fee structure works. Next, funding incentives in the form of bonus gift monies to encourage use of the program and further financially supporting an additional discount to eligible low-income population is a component of the financial support proposed. And then lastly, the support would include branding costs associated with the development of the Shop Local Pinole campaign, and then also marketing, printing, and postage costs for promoting the program. Next slide, please. In terms of the Shop Local incentive component of the program, many communities are integrating a bonus gift incentive to the community to encourage success of their programs and then amplify infusion of dollars into the local economy. Staff is proposing the following incentive system to pilot with the program. So first, the recommended promotion level is a city subsidization of half the value of the gift card purchased, with a maximum purchase of $200 per card with the promotion. So for example, if a customer purchased a $50 card, the city would match $25 and the customer would receive $75. All purchasing and delivery fees would be paid for by the city during the pilot program, and that would be on a first-come, first-served basis while funds remain. Under this proposed promotion, each customer would be able to benefit proportionally depending on how many dollars they spend on their gift card. Staff recommends that we limit the number of cards per customer to 5 cards in order to share the benefit more widely. And then finally, although Yifty's gift cards do not expire, staff recommends that we do set an expiration date on the expenditure of the bonus gift card funds to encourage the monies being distributed into the local economy more quickly. The staff report does suggest an expiration date of 90 days after purchase for the expiration of the bonus gift card funds, at which point any expired unspent bonus gift funds would be returned to the city for redistribution to the community after a restocking fee. Upon further thought, city staff recommends the council consider the benefit of increasing this period from 90 days to 120 days, or another amount that you might find reasonable, given that only certain businesses will be invited to participate and residents might not have a need within that 90 days for the specialty items that those stores might stock. Next slide, please. An additional element recommended by staff is to provide an additional discount on community gift cards to assist low-income households in Pinole in need. And staff recommends that an additional discount can be provided in the form of a buy one, get one. For example, a qualifying customer could purchase a $100 gift card with a $50 investment of their own funds and then $50 investment from the city's ARPA funds. Staff recommends that council consider eligibility for this aspect of the program to be limited to low-income households residing in Pinole. We recommend a light vetting process to determine eligibility. This could occur, for example, through a confidential electronic self-certification form that a needs-based participant meets the eligibility requirements and they self-certify. Staff does not recommend an intensive formal application or a heavy verification or vetting and screening process, which would increase administrative costs and also may have the effect of discouraging some eligible residents from participating in the program. Reaching this target population could include sending special communications to households in the city's affordable housing programs and community members who utilize the senior center and tiny tot services. Additionally, the city could reach out to the school district and or the Contra Costa Employment and Human Services Department and their partners to identify and connect with qualifying Pinole households that might be in need. Next slide, please. A key component of the program will be to identify the businesses the city would like to initially invite to participate in the program. In order to provide a recommendation to the council regarding merchant eligibility, staff consulted with the chamber and reviewed the criteria used for qualifying businesses applying to the prior 2020 Small Business Grant Fund program. In addition to establishing thresholds for small business qualification in the program, the chamber has offered that the council consider including only a subset of local businesses that were either temporarily forced to close or change their business model during the pandemic. So with the chamber's input, staff is recommending the following parameters for business participation in this pilot program. So it would be for a for-profit business in one of the following categories: retail, restaurant, cafe, or a subset of personal services shown on the screen. Other eligibility includes the requirement to operate from a physical storefront, maintain a current business license, has no open code enforcement actions, has 20 or fewer full-time equivalent employees as of December 1 of this year, and is either independently owned and operated or a locally owned chain. And this merchant eligibility tracks closely with the eligibility proposed for the small business grant program you just discussed, with the exception of that program considering small locally owned franchises as being eligible. Next slide, please. An essential component of the program is the city marketing the availability of gift cards to the public. And staff recommends that we work with a local marketing or graphic designer in order to develop a brand and identity for the program and assist with the marketing and distribution strategy. At a minimum, the program would be marketed on social media, flyers, posters, window clings displayed in storefronts of the merchants, and at community events via the local press and media, through the Chamber of Commerce, and then also through a good old postcard that's mailed to each resident in Pinole. The web portal, which would be provided by the YIPD platform and customized with our branding, would be used as a landing page to detail the program, showcase the participating merchants, highlight the incentive and bonus gifts from the city, and allow customers to actually make their gift card purchases. Staff would also consult with the firm developing the economic development strategy to ensure that branding for the program is done in a way that's complementary to what the city will likely do on branding pursuant to that strategy. And then finally, we would also develop program materials specifically for the needs-based population and send those special communication materials to eligible households. Next slide, please. In terms of expiration of the program, staff recommends that council consider receiving an update on the successive challenges of the program after 3 to 4 months of program official launch in order to fine-tune the program if required. And the council may at that time consider additional allocation of ARPA funding based on the success of the program. We've indicated some sample metrics that could be used to measure success of the program, to determine if the cards are being used, if the marketing strategy is effective, learning about where the cards are being spent and what denominations, and then the total cash infusion into the local economy as well. Although the purchase amount of the gift cards don't expire, we also, as I indicated, recommend that in order to expeditiously circulate the monies into the economy, that the bonus gift cards expire after 90 to 120 days after the initial purchase. And since there's no cost to the city or participating businesses to continue with the program after ARPA funds have been spent, there may be a benefit to continue to host and promote the program, even when the bonus funds are not available. And this can all be evaluated during council review of the program. Almost done here. Next slide, please. In terms of implementation and timeline, city staff would administer the program. If the program design parameters are approved by the council tonight, the preliminary timeline has staff working on contracts being executed and the merchant list being started this month. Starting in January, we would work to develop the branding and marketing strategy, building up the web portal, doing outreach to eligible merchants and enrolling them in the program. We would then hope to begin the program in February of next year and launching our marketing strategy at that time. The program would be monitored for success and staff would return in the June timeframe to provide an update on how it is working. Next slide, please. In terms of fiscal impact, the direct fiscal impact to the city will be in the amount of funds that the council elects to fund the program, which is $100,000 right now in ARPA funds. Pursuant to the staff recommended program design parameters, the city's costs to develop and manage the program are categorized as follows. So first, incentivizing purchase of gift cards by offering customers promotional bonus gift monies and offering a further gift discount to eligible low-income populations. And the estimated budget for the incentive bonus gift funds is about $68,000. Furthermore, purchase of the gift cards would be incentivized by the city by paying the IFTI delivery fee and then also paying the bonus gift fee. And the estimated budget for vendor fees is about $17,000, although the actual fees will vary depending on the amount of the cards purchased. Additionally, branding and marketing costs associated with the development of the Shop Local Pinole campaign and marketing the program to residents and community members is anticipated to be $3,000. Printing and postage costs for advertisement and promotion of the program is estimated at $12,000. And then additionally, there'll be an investment in staff time in developing the program, assisting merchants with registering, marketing gift cards to residents, monitoring the program for success, and recommending areas of improvement. Next slide, please. With that, we recommend that the council review the proposed program design for the pilot program and provide direction to staff on implementation. That concludes my staff presentation. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Wall, an excellent presentation. I would like to make a motion to continue the city council meeting until midnight.
So moved.
Roll call.
Gotcha.
Second, I make the motion.
I see.
I guess Mayor Pro Tem, you seconded, correct?
Yeah.
Roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
You are muted, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Pardon me. Pardon me. Yes. No.
Councilmember Toms.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to council questions, please. Councilmember Toms, any questions?
Yeah, just a question. The slide that talked about the different businesses, would a catering service that, they prepare items out of, say, Kitchen 812, which is an incubator space. Would they be eligible? And a bar owner had also asked me if that kind of business would be eligible.
So in looking at thank you for the question, Councilmember Thomas. In looking at the eligibility requirements, we right now modeling it after the grant program, the business would have to operate from a physical storefront and then also be in a restaurant or cafe category. So to cover the catering, I think that type of business would qualify for this type of a program. And then the second question about bars, it's an interesting one. I think that the grant program, we are including bars and restaurants in that grant program, and I don't see why we couldn't include also bars as a part of the restaurant and cafe category as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Yes, bars, I'm questioning in my mind because, boy, I think at some point there's going to be this curated list of business. Oh, I'm sorry. We're at questions, aren't we?
Questions, yes, please.
Okay. With regard to the means of identifying who actually will be participating, I'm curious to know how we will go about determining that the intended recipient or participants for this kind of program that would be needs-based actually avail themselves of these cards.
It's also a great. Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. So we were anticipating working with the using our list for participants in our affordable housing programs, reaching out through our distribution list or putting up flyers at the senior center and Tiny Tot services as well to reach out to folks that might qualify through that program. We'll also be doing a postcard to every residence in Pinole as well, so everyone should get a postcard, and I imagine that postcard will have some information about the eligibility for the needs-based program. And then I was also thinking we should do a special communication just for the needs-based program that's sent out to targeted households, and we would work with partners to identify those households. And so at first I was thinking that we could reach out to the Contra Costa Health and Human Services to help us identify those folks. And if there's any other ideas from the council, we're welcome to hear them as well.
Thank you, Director Whalen. So let me rephrase my question, because I understand the outreach to this intended group of people, but how will we actually confirm that they participated?
Confirm their eligibility?
Confirm their participation.
Sure. So let's see if this addresses your question. So in order to receive a gift card and the bonus gift monies, a customer goes online to the portal, they make their initial purchase, and then they don't receive their gift card at that exact moment. The system will then send them another email with the promotional monies that they are allowed to receive. So if they're an eligible household and they've gone through the vetting process, we'll let the giftee know that, and so the giftee will then send them the additional funds that they are entitled to because of their income level. Does that answer your question?
Perhaps with what I say next. So staff will be involved somehow in tabulating that the needs-based purchaser of a card actually was in any of the groups that we're doing special outreach to, or that would be would have some income eligibility requirement met.
Correct. Council.
Yeah, so we'll be able to track the expenditure of the giftee cards by card, so we'll be able to do the evaluation that Director Whalen referenced. And so we can flag purchasers, particularly those who are applying for special provisions of the program and determine how much they've expended of their gift funds and regular funds.
Thank you. I have an unrelated question. In trying to decrease the cost of printing and mailing, is there a mailer that's going out? And I'm thinking of the community, that annual
guide.
Yes, that
guide.
Right, that where information about this could be inserted. I don't know about the timing of that, but I'm thinking that, and correct me here, it costs about $5,000 to send out a citywide mailer, and that's half the cost of that budget that's estimated for mailing. So, can we find ways other than individual postcards to the entire city? Because I'm thinking that's what I'm hearing is going to take up a lot of that cost there, and I'd rather have $5,000 go to the purchase of cards themselves rather than mailers.
So we can look for other mechanisms, channels to promote the program. One of our challenges is that we don't have enough engagement through our electronic communications to have any confidence that we're getting coverage of the city. And so our fallback is, for the time being, to send out paper mailers. And I think that's kind of an unfortunate but necessary circumstance until we develop our other communication channels. So we'll certainly look at what other communications the city is going to be sending out relatively soon and piggyback on that to share the costs. But I'm not sure that something's going to go out in the time frame that we have in mind. But we will look for those opportunities.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Councilmember Tave.
So my questions were, a lot of times you mentioned branding, right? And earning trust within the community in this program is what I see as the branding, right? Because this is really a benefit that we're trying to provide to people, but at some point they might be skeptical about, the program itself. So I guess I just see a storefront business being able to say, hey, look, this benefit is happening. There's going to be posters, marketing, all of that prior to people registering, right? That's what I got from that presentation and timeline. What about the reluctant person or the person that doesn't have access to the internet or doesn't have? That's initially what we're going market or group we're going after, right?
So, thank you, Councilmember Tate. If I understood the question correctly, you're asking about the timing of how we would be marketing the program, registering merchants, and then also when does the community then get involved in actually purchasing the cards? Is that
right?
The question? Yeah.
Yeah, and making sure that we have those business owners on board prior to rolling.
Sure. So that is really important to have them, have a good merchant list. So when we roll it out to the community, when we do market the program and send out the postcards or whatever communication that we do send out, that when folks go on the website to see the program, they see, a whole list of merchants, including their favorite merchant, and that, encourages them to buy those cards. So the rollout would be working on the branding of the program. So what are we going to call it? What is it going to look like? What are the taglines going to be, in order for people to recognize this is the Pinole Shop Local program. Then work with the chamber to literally knock on doors in the community for any and all eligible merchants to enroll them in the program. And then once we have a good amount of merchants enrolled, then we can start our strategy of actually letting the community know that this program is up and running and ready for business.
Okay, so I had just three kind of questions that popped to mind. So what's to prevent a business from throttling prices up or down? And obviously that's their prerogative to do. But with a program and our infusion of money, there's the tendency for businesses to start to charge more. But that kind of helps with the supply chain issues. It helps with all the other things that are going on so that businesses are able to survive. But I mean, if there's a 150%, I think was one of the items, was to prevent a business from raising their prices to 125, and then the benefit kind of, throttles up and down in between there.
It's also a good question, Councilmember Taven, and one that I didn't really think about before this meeting here. But one thing to consider is that the cards, when folks buy them, they're not specific to a merchant. They're just a digital card that you can use at any of the participating merchants. So a business owner wouldn't necessarily know that they have guaranteed, business in a certain amount. So I think that would help to discourage that from happening.
That's great that the control's in there. I just, and I know I kind of hit you with that one, but it was a great answer. I'm just looking to make sure that people are taking advantage of the program, right? The next question I had was, how do we prevent people from purchasing and reselling? Is that, it sounds like everything is digital, but I know that people have, in some degrees, early on with gift cards, is that if there was a benefit of, let's say, 20%, right? They would sell for 110 to somebody so that there's a 10% benefit and a cushion. I think somebody, I remember reading, built a whole business around doing that, was finding these business card or these gift cards, and there's this cushion of, and then they would, sell for 110%. It sounds to me like this registry online basically locks that one person in to that one specific purchase card, and that's it. There's no gifting of a gift card, if that makes sense. Or
yeah, and that might be a question that we have to come back with you for an answer from the vendor themselves.
Right.
The card, as I understand it, is more like a digital code. So if you do have a smartphone, you can bring your smartphone in and show the vendor your code, or you can print out your code and bring that into the merchant. All they need to do is key it in. So I don't know the answer to that question in terms of someone, giving their key, their key out to someone else and having them use it.
Right. The purchase is going to be the key element here, right? It is that making sure that people are those transactions are happening. But it's just something that came to mind with gift cards. But to me, I think we handled this very well with the $100,000 as a starter. We'll flush out any issues if the program's successful, and then moving and growing this program based on its success. But 100,000, is that going to give us enough runway to get this off the ground?
I do think it will. Yeah, it'll get us started. And I think coming back to the council, in 3 to 4 months after we've gotten it started, we'll have some lessons learned. We'll have some potential suggestions for program tweaks or changes to the program. And then the council will have the option of putting in more funds if you think it is successful and meets those metrics.
Great. And I think just as far as metrics go, we really want to see that benefit that being realized by our residents. So, I know it's not going to be a small task, but I'm hoping that we can start to paint that picture as to how it's functioning. So, thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Tafe. City Manager Merritt, please go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly, if I may, we did include a limitation, maximum of 5 cards per individual, Councilmember Taves. So somebody is not going to buy, 300 cards, and then resell them because we have that limitation. There are obviously some practical challenges that we hope YIFTI has some controls around, but that's one way of making sure people don't take advantage of the system. This is I think a really exciting and complex foray for the city into a couple different new areas. So we're, as you all know, and we all have a shared interest in kind of reigniting our local economic development activities. So this gift card program is part of that. It is going to be a companion with a Shop Local campaign. And also it has a component of adding, additional purchasing power to some of our low-income residents. So there's a lot packed into this program, which I think is really exciting. It's a pilot. We're not going to get everything right. But at the end of the day, if some of the cards go to folks who are in fact not low income and we provide extra credit, at the end of the day, this is all the city investment and support is going to get expended in our local businesses that participate. So the worst case scenario is it doesn't have the maximum amount of intended benefit to our low income households. It's essentially just a different kind of grant program to support our small businesses. So that's worst case scenario is the city is providing $100,000 that's going to be expended at local businesses. And that's not a very bad or high risk worst case scenario. So I think we all can go into this pilot program, which, as I said, quite exciting and complex with that reassurance that it's going to have, the fallback is a pretty good new program.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. I will move on to Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I don't have any questions, Mayor. I have a few comments when we get to the deliberation.
Perfect. I think everybody asked their questions. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, do you have one more question? No? Okay, I will turn out to the City Clerk and see if you have any public comments, please.
Yes, Mayor, we do have one public comment, Rafael Menace.
Sure. So expanding on Councilmember Martinez-Ruben's sort of questions with regards to the low-income population and the cards, I think basically there's a whole bunch of safeguards to prevent that from being wasted. First off, they have to actually buy the card in the first place. It's not like they're getting bailed out with the postcards or anything like that. They have to have their own funds that they're allocating. Even if the amount they're allocating is double, they still have to allocate some of their own money and then they have to use it. So I don't know about other low-income households, but just speaking from my personal experience as having been part of a low-income household, I would be disinclined to spend money on a card and then not use it until that money vanishes. That would strike me as an exceptionally unwise thing to do. So I don't think there's a huge risk to people having spent money and then decided to not use that money. And even if there is, it would in effect be their chunk of the money and maybe a small amount for EFT's fees, because the amount that the city set aside for bonus funds to ARPA would just claw back as per the terms of the agreement. That's all.
Thank you, sir. I will move it back to the council for comments. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My comments about the needs-based groups to whom we would want to offer this really have to do with wanting to have the unintended audience actually benefit from the program. And I realize that it's complex because, first of all, as I see it, is we would be providing anyone, needs-based or not, additional discretionary income. Which is a completely, in my mind, a different notion than assisting households because we're providing them funds for essential goods. So I think one of the things that we're going to learn in getting the merchants who will be part of this is that whether the services that they provide are indeed as popular or as needed as we would like by different groups. Not that we would like, but to what extent are the different groups that are going to be purchasing these cards regarding the merchants to be identified as necessary for them? And I really subscribe to the notion that the kinds of businesses that we have in Pinole are providing services and goods that are really ordinarily consumed out of discretionary money, pre-COVID or not. So it'll be an interesting finding to see what comes out of this, who actually participates. Let's see. I think I'll come back because I have to organize my notes here for additional comments. Thank you.
You're welcome. I come back to you in a few minutes, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Mayor Pro Tem Devin Murphy.
Yes, thank you. It's 11:13. I just want to say, Director Whalen, this felt like a debut that I remember from WWE watching as a child. Like, thank you for being here, but thank you for giving me excitement at 11:13 p.m. on a Tuesday. This is phenomenal work, and it's so great to see this presentation in person. I'm certainly very excited about what could come of this. I want to reiterate some of the points I think council members made about just protection of both the consumer side of this, which is the folks who will be getting the gift cards, but also what I see as in some ways protections for both the businesses. I wanted to offer a couple of partnerships that I think would be critical. I know you mentioned in your presentation some community partners. Number one, I did want to mention that MCE has done a community cares program, which basically we basically allocated $1.5 million for folks who have who would be probably the same world of this service, if you will. There's about 400, I believe, City Manager Murray, correct me if you know the number exactly, but about 450 people who benefited from the MCE Cares program who are Pinoleans. There's about 28,000 across all of our member agencies, but for about 450, maybe some more. But I imagine that those are the same people who would probably benefit from a program like this. So I'd love to make the connections and see if we can link up with folks from MCE who have done a lot of administrative work on the certification around people's finances, and maybe that could be a potential way for us to like really target people. I also just wanted to mention like the Boys and Girls Club and the community Contra Costa Family Justice Center. We had a presentation from them a couple months ago, as well as the Rainbow Community Center, which is the LGBT center in Contra Costa, and then also Contra Costa Senior Legal Services. They do a lot of work around tenant protections, but I thought that may be an interesting relationship too. Aside from that, just wanted to mention that if possible, including Spanish and Tagalog as options for different languages, if that was of interest. I know you mentioned something about needs-based communication or special communication. Wasn't sure if you were talking about language or just like how the information is disseminated. Maybe folks who are unhoused, I don't know how they would have access to that. So if I just mentioned that in terms of the languages. And then, of course, it would be remiss of me. I was wondering, the question, I think Councilmember Norma Martinez-Rubin said something about sustainability. And it I think she was saying sustainability long-term, but it made me think about green and like, how do we green this program? We've talked a lot about climate action in Pinole. I'm not too sure of those ideas. I just wanted to put that out there as an opportunity for us to think about. How do we promote sustainability in a more green model through this? That may be just simply reaching out to the Contra Costa green business program and seeing the businesses in Pinole who are part of that. It could also be an MCE relationship kind of thing, but I just always like to integrate that into conversations. And then my other thing was, and this has actually come from one of the public commenters who said something about, there are people who sometimes get benefits, especially considering folks who are dealing with, extreme distress, unhousedness, right? Sometimes people get benefits and don't know how to utilize them. And I've kind of thought about this with the participatory budgeting tool we've introduced this year, the Balancing Act. Can we also consider trainings or some type of follow-up for the people who are receiving the support with the gift cards to have either, I don't know the capacity of staff, but either one-on-one trainings or intermediate trainings to say, here's how you can use this program. Sometimes I think people deal with guilt around getting, social welfare. And I think part of that is our ability as staff and also as a city to say, we actually want you, this is part of you being responsible, this is part of you being a part of our community to actually take advantage of this. And I don't want to miss the mark on someone who may receive money and not know how to use it. And or someone who may receive money and not know how to use it because of tech literacy, them just not knowing how to use the tool. So I thought maybe as an idea, maybe we have some type of training or, follow up, like I said, I don't know the staff capacity wise, what's possible, but given just the robustness of this program, which is excellent, just something to support people who may be having a tough time understanding how to use the program. And then my last point was I just wanted to also explore the idea of working maybe with maybe with the police department or like the probation departments on folks who are like formerly incarcerated, and just knowing sometimes how, you know, crime and poverty are sometimes intertwined, and having something like $200 to use in 3 months could make or break someone, you know, committing a crime again, for example. And I thought maybe that may be a partnership to explore as well. So just some ideas, but overall, I am just so excited to be a part of this initiative. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for every staff member who is involved in it. I'm looking forward to seeing what's to come.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Councilmember Thomas.
I don't have any further comments. When the time comes, I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you. I will get back to you in a second. I have Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion too.
Okay. Thank you. I will go back to Councilmember Martinez, who I think she had a few more comments.
Thank you. Yes, there's going to be use of a marketing professional. So I would request that that marketing professional be among the businesses that they're part of the chamber or are based here in Pinole. I don't know what if STEP is intending to go out and identify someone outside through a bidding process, but again, I'm trying to cut on the cost, and I'm trying to think of using the resources that we have here, and there's talent in Pinole. So yes, so that's I think an invitation to be in touch, ongoing communication with the chamber to identify who that marketing professional could be. That'd be someone local. From the staff report, I read that there would be consultation with the consultant that's been hired to identify or develop an economic development strategy that we're yet to find out about, and we'll find out more in the spring, I believe. But again, I'm thinking about whether then that consultation time, not knowing any more than what I saw in the staff report, would mean additional hours, increased scope of work, and increased funds going to that consultant rather than someone local. And I would request that it be someone local, or that the consultation is, take a look at what the marketing person has come up with and see how it coincides with the work that you're already doing with this, which is within your scope of work, consultant.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Any other comments?
Yeah, can staff react to what I just said, please?
Sure, I can. I'm Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Definitely the intent of the working with a graphic designer and a marketing consultant was to keep it local, ideally in Pinole, if we do have that talent here in Pinole. And so that was the intent, was to go local, or go, if we can't find someone in Pinole to work with, then someone in one of our local adjoining communities. So that was definitely the intent. And then the intent with our consultant for the economic development strategy was really the latter of what you said, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, was to really show them what we had come up with and make sure it aligns with their what they've seen professionally, and then also what they're coming up with for Pinole as well. Make sure there's not inconsistencies in those strategies.
Thank you, and I want to just, if I haven't already said it, just reiterate my appreciation for the mention of as many outside organizations with whom you're going to build relationships, and council members' suggestions about additional ones, because it's going to take those kinds of partnerships to really help us work through this new program. So I am looking forward to finding out its results and picking up from there and doing something different, or however we're guided based on those results. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. I would like to ask any council member who would like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 8C. I don't know. Hold on one second. 11C.
Any second?
I'll second.
City Attorney Mugg.
I was just gonna say, you know, the item is just this. Excuse me, sorry. The item is to provide direction. So by approve, I interpret that to mean to, you know, proceed as in accordance with the staff report.
Yeah.
So we have a motion. We have a second discussion. I have a comment on that motion. I think the grace period was extended from 90 to 120 days. And if we can do that in a motion, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, so motion to, with the amended, I mean, it's 1120. So a motion to approve item 11C, or provide direction to move forward for staff per the recommendations of extending the grace period to 120 days. And I think that was it, right?
Thank you. Any second?
Second.
Seconded. Roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Clarification needed, please. Grace period, or was that a period to spend the card?
To spend the card, right?
Okay, thank you. Okay, yes.
To spend the bonus amount of the card.
Right.
Thank you. Yes. I vote yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent. Thank you. That concludes item 11C. Let's move on to item 12, report and communication. A, mayor report announcement. I have a few announcements here. First of all, I wanted to wish you a happy holidays and a happy new year to the citizen of Pinole and our council and the city staff and all the consultants who are helping the city to succeed every day. Thank you for your help, and I look forward working with you in 2022, and we have a lot of exciting new things coming up. I also would like to let you know that Congressman John Garamendi contacted me today. He would like to stop by the city of Pinole and visit the council members and the city staff on Tuesday, January 4th at 4:30 p.m. I know that we do not have council meeting on January 4th, but the congressman provided me 3 dates, the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. So I suggested him to stop by on January 4th. So I look forward meeting him in person. He informed me that the district has been reorganized and Pinole will be part of District 8. So it might be a part of his district. It is part of the district from now. So the congressman will be visiting us. And just to let you know that I have 2 upcoming meetings with the West County Mayors and Supervisors Association. And I also have the East Bay Division League of California Cities on this coming Thursday. And I also wanted to apologize because I did not mention the name of City Clerk Bell for all her great help among the people that I wanted to thank during my inauguration speech. That concludes my report, and I will move on to item 12B, mayoral council appointments. There are none. Item C, City Council Committee report and communication. I will turn to Mayor Pro Tem David T. Murphy.
Happy first day of winter. It's winter solace. Lots of changes coming to our town, I see. So thankful for this council, so thankful for city staff, all the folks who are part of this real movement that we are, there's so much change happening in Pinole, and I'm just so proud to be serving with you all and so proud of all the work we've done. I think we got a lot of work to do, but I think it's such a great time to celebrate, and we're just really honored about this. I just want to say that it's never too late to get tested, never too late to get vaccinated. Coronavirus.cchealth.org/vaccine. There's a lot going on in the world right now, so just want to encourage residents to continue to get vaccinated, tell your friends and family to, and happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, I just wanted to wish everybody happy holidays. There was a neat feature that I thought I would share with everybody. If you have a question about what to recycle, right, with your waste, if you go to recyclemore.com, they have an application in there where you could type in refrigerator, plastic bottle, or, whatever the item is, and it'll kind of guide you to what bin to put it in, especially like those, when you have that question, I think everybody has stood at their trash bin and was like, does this go in, which one does this go in? There's actually an application or search bar that you can type in, and it will actually give you which bin to go in, or if it's hazardous material or whatnot, like what to actually do with it. I know that I've been stuck like that several times, just when you're looking at a piece of waste that you might have at your house. So there's that. I also heard that we are still in the assembly district that we were in the past, so we didn't move out of West County, which was a good thing. The only line I think that was redrawn was like the mayor just mentioned, was the congressional line. So we were able to, advocate to stay within West County. We've been in West County a long time. So I think the census, everybody's participation really worked out for us. And, we did lose Congressman Thompson, but I think that line moving is some good news, is that we'll be able to advocate and move things on a the congressional level with a new congressman. So I think Fairfield, Vacaville, I think that it goes out that way. And so it's pretty interesting. I think that more information to come if you have any questions or whatnot. But yeah, so there were some changes. So I think this next year is going to be pretty exciting.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Councilmember Thoms, please.
Sure. Just a note that Councilmember Martinez Rubin and I attended the West Cat board meeting earlier this month. They did the annual Stuff-A-Bus on, I believe it was the 14th. And they also noted that MTC was going to have a public meeting to discuss, a regional bond measure. And I have not followed up to see, if that recording of that meeting is available, but that's something I intend to do and report back on that. And I also wanted to note that Supervisor Joya has some at-home COVID tests that he's giving away to his constituents, and that will be tomorrow from 9 to noon or 1 to 5 in his office. And also, I think if he has any left on December 23rd, 9 to noon. Folks are encouraged before they get together with their families to go ahead and test. Do the home test and get your results within 15 minutes. And that's all I have, other than to wish everyone a very happy holiday season.
Thank you, Councilmember Thoms. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. So on December 15th, West Cat launched a lottery. And if you are interested, any one of us is interested in winning free rides for a year. I think that electeds are not allowed to ride public transportation for free. But you are interested in winning free rides for a year on WestCat routes, you can sign up for rider alerts to receive text alerts on transit routes of your choice. You receive text alerts about detours, delays, information that pertains to when your bus is going to arrive, or if it's not, why that might be. By going to westcat.org and signing up for text alerts in a 3-step process, you enter your 10-digit phone number, you select the routes that you're interested in, you click and subscribe, and you are in. And not only will you be receiving text alerts on the routes of your choice, but you're also eligible to enter that lottery and possibly win free rides for a year. So that's what WestCat also presented to us at the last WestCat meeting on December 9th. And on December 10th, having attended my first WICTAC meeting, I found out about plans for Bay Trail extension, all of you who enjoy the Bay Trail, and notice that there's a gap between the end of the around Pinole Shores and over to, I believe it's Wilson Point. Well, there are plans to extend that. We'll hear more about that come spring. And I think we're also, will be in a position as a city to assist in helping the East Bay Regional Park District in informing the public about when there will be opportunities for input about that project. Thank you very much, everyone. Happy holidays, felices fiestas. Stay safe as best as you can. It's very tempting and very, I think, desirable to be in close proximity with people this time of the year. But please, to the extent possible, mask up, distance, and if possible, also vaccinate. Stay well, and until next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Let's move on to item 12D, council request for future agenda items. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben.
Thank you. I will pass tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms.
None.
Councilmember Tave.
None at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
None for me.
Thank you. I don't have any at this moment. Let's move on to item 12E, City Manager Report.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, you do have a member of the public that has a comment on that item.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Raphael Manez, you did send me an email. Go ahead, about making a comment.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So this feels like the appropriate part of the meeting, finally, for me to bring up my comment. Councilmember Thoms was kind enough to point out to me that the County Board of Supervisors on December 14th, so a week ago, introduced, I guess I should say, an ordinance 2022-02, adopting and amending the 2019 California Energy Code to require certain newly constructed buildings to be all-electric buildings, and fixing January 18, 2022 for a public hearing to consider adoption. And I think it might be worthwhile for the council to consider adopting a similar ordinance, both due to the cost effectiveness, as noted in the cost effectiveness studies that are linked under the agenda. It's item D6 for that particular agenda, and you can find the URL for it at 64.166.146.245/agenda_publish.cfm. And that's the December 14th agenda in particular. Though I would note that some of the cost effectiveness study findings are based on assuming extension of gas mains to calculate the cost for gas. I'm not sure how valid that is in an urbanized region like Pinole. But more importantly, there's also a list of findings that the County Board of Supervisors needed to make in order to introduce the ordinance. And I think a number of those findings also apply to Pinole. So I think it'll be worthwhile to go through a similar process in Pinole, both because I think even if we don't ultimately end up adopting an ordinance like this, that adopting similar findings would strengthen our declaration of climate emergency and make it more concrete to the community just how the climate emergency impacts us and how this particular measure, even if we don't end up adopting it, could benefit concretely by offsetting some of those risks and how that works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menes. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, would you be interested in reaching out to Mr. Menes and finding out exactly getting more information and eventually bringing that to the council as future item request?
Yeah, I'm happy to support that being a future item request now. And if I'll make that motion, and I'm happy to also reach out to Mr. Menes.
Okay, I'm in favor of it. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead. You are muted, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm wondering if it would be appropriate for that to go to the Municipal Code Committee for discussion and then report back.
City Attorney Mark, would you like to comment?
Excuse me. The City Council can certainly direct it to go to the Municipal Law Subcommittee to study first and to look at the county's ordinance and evaluate and report back. That's definitely an option.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, would you like to restate your request?
Yeah, I'll move that the item to consider a building electrification code locally is forwarded to the Municipal Code Ad Hoc Committee.
All in favor? A second? I need a second, please.
I'll second that.
Seconded, yes. Roll call. I would say all in
City
favor.
Clerk Bell, I actually saw, did Assistant City Attorney Mogg have a comment regarding process? Is this acceptable or should it come out?
Yeah. No, that's exactly. If this is the council's intent, this is fine. Sorry, my brain's not working.
It's okay.
The council's direction is appropriate.
Yeah, I know.
I'm testing my own brain function here. Okay, so
I will just say all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Any abstention? None. It passes 5-0. Thank you. That concludes item 12D. Let's move on to item 12E, City Manager Report and Department Staff Report.
Yes.
City Manager Murray, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you all for sticking with us. Thank you for wading through the many issues and providing the direction that you did on those important and exciting initiatives. Very briefly, wanted to note for the public that staff has sent memos to council on 2 items council had directed. One, an update on the status of the Gateway West Development Project, and another, a memo on the police department's use or non-use, as the case may be, of drones. And then want to share some of the key items that are tentatively scheduled for the next city council meeting. Note that the January 4th meeting is canceled, so the next meeting will be on the 18th. And those will include recognition of the Police Officer of the Year, recognition of the Firefighter of the Year, a presentation from the East Bay Economic Development Alliance, the return for ratification of the council procedures document. The city has been awarded a follow-up grant for tobacco prevention education, and so the city council will be considering accepting that. The city council will be considering a process to lien properties related to abatement activities for code enforcement. City staff will be providing a presentation on options for a City of Pinole fireworks display for 4th of July 2022. There'll be the presentation of the annual comprehensive financial report. There'll be a presentation on options to expand EV charging opportunities in the city. And finally, we're expecting there to be appointments to the TAPS and Community Services Commission. So a lot to look forward to. Wish you all and the community members happy and safe holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Any other comments from any staff member? No. I don't hear. Thank you. I don't hear. So that concludes item 12D. Item 12E closed. Item 12F, City Attorney report. Mr. Mug.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. That concludes 12F. And then I would like to move on to item 13. I would like to adjourn to the regular City Council meeting of January 18, 2022, in remembrance of Member Schwartz. Thank you and good evening, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Safe holidays.